Hello, hello. We play the game. Come on. Hello, the game. Oh. Hey. Oh, wait, what the heck? Predator. Hello, Jacob the Great. Today, we do the manifesto. To the end. Come on. When was it? Oh my gosh. We have to link it again. But first, I will cottage. Come on. How is everybody? How is everybody today? Today we do hardcore. Okay, well, let's see. Ninja, Galuf, Rena, and Fari. Let's say. Castle of Ball. Come on. Oh, I forgot. Really? Thank you. Today we will do a hardcore thing. Oh. Boom. Dance, dance. Dark Dream? Ooh. It is 6 p.m. Also, I have to tell you that can you link me that manifesto again? Come on means come on. Come on means come on. But it's like, come on. But it's spoken in a very specific way. The gate to Dragonville into the north of town. Finding it won't be a problem. The question is, will it open? Come on. Yeah, Gabriele. Gabriele thinks. What? I am using my booby avatar for this. Big boob energy. Also like the stream, okay? We will go through the manifesto. Let's talk to the... Bah! 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 Come on. Let's go here. This is our bed. Hello, hello. Do you think I have all the spells? It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. Everything's locked. Oh, this is open. Okay, come on. We've got the... I will prepare it, okay? I will prepare the manifesto. Come on. Okay, where is the... How do you call it? Yeah, good music. Browser. Come on. Down there. My favorite documentary. Down there, the last dinosaur. Come on. Down there. Thank you. Okay, let's do this. Sorry, unless you've got a time machine, that content is unavailable. Really? Oh no, it is available, okay. I was like shocked. I was like, what do you mean unavailable? You know, it's available. I was like, what do you mean? I was shocked. Hello, Titan. So we will start doing the manifesto soon, but first we relax with a game, okay? We cannot go with pain from the start. We have to do some nice game first, okay? It's not good to feel the pain. Halt into there! Halt, you piece of shit! Well, if it's a fight you want, then Boots, come down. They're our allies. If our allies are pointing blades at us, I certainly don't want to meet our enemies, says Faris, the friend of Boots. Oh, Galoof! Kelger! It's been quite a while, has it not? Sure has, my old friend. Kelger is one of the 4 Dawn Warriors, says Galoof, friend of Boots. He fought ex-death with you 30 years ago? That's so long ago. Yeah, that is pretty cool, Moho. Who are the pups? Foes from the world where we sailed ex-death, said Galoof, friend of Boots. You're in league with ex-death? Huh? Wait, we're not, says Boots. These cats are the ones who destroyed the crystals and brought ex-death back. And you let them here? You've got it all wrong. Listen. Stand down, Galoof. Boom! Oh my god! So brutal! Boots or whoever you are, prepare yourself. I would test your blade. Come on! Boots is shocked. Kelger. Crony of ex-death or no, show me what kind of warrior you really are, Boots. Boots? Stay back, I've gotta settle this on my own, said Boots. Now this is gonna be a duel. Ha! Let's see how you handle my Lupine Attacca. Boom boom. Aren't I gonna have a chance to fight? I have played Xenogears and I plan to play it on stream. If you're interested in me playing Xenogears on stream, press 1. Xenogears is really good. It's one of my favorite games. I think Xenogears is the best Xeno game. Every other Xeno game is not as good as Xenogears. There you are. Come on. Maybe it's a hot take, but I like Xenogears the most out of all the Xeno games. Boots! There's no need to hurt him. Yeah, I will definitely play Xenogears on the stream. Especially that I have learned where to find it. My Boots is a ninja. Sorry about that, Kelger. Hare's bells, Kelger. Always overdoing it. Why don't you act your age for once? Still to foil my Lupine attack so easily. You're more skilled than I predicted. Nah, it's just a trick I learned from my dad. From your father? What was his name? Dorgan. What? What are you two making those faces for? What, is it forbidden to make faces now? Xenosaga is worse than Xenogears. No way! You can't be! Dorgan's son! Yeah, so what's the big deal? What small worlds we live in, Boots. Your father, along with Kerges, Xezat, Sorgatei, and I fought together against ex-death. In other words, Dorgan was one of the Dawn Warriors. Come on! Wait, that's from this world? Correct. Boots was silent and could not say a word. We followed ex-death to your world and then... Xenosaga was on PS2, so it's okay. We can play Suiko then. Is this guy immortal? How much punishment can he take? Even when he knock him down, he won't stay down. We'll have to seal him here. Yeah, that's our only way out. You're so just weak, you should level up and then destroy him. Like, just because you're low level, there's no excuse. They chose to seal him instead of grinding levels. What are you saying? We can just leave a demon from our world in another? What other choice do we have? Well, we can grind some levels, as I said. Look sharp, lads. He's recovering. Damnation. Look sharp, lads. Oh, look sharp, lads. Now there really is no choice. We must cast the seal. This chance may not present itself again. Come on! Torgan, we can seal him with the crystals unless our hearts are united. Are you with us? Dorgan. Come on. Do you see what happens when you mess with these people? Okay. And nothing bad ever happened again. Xenogears is better. You're certain you want to stay? Yeah, of course, Giggler. Come on. My mind's made up. I have a future son called Boots. But why? Because of my future son called Boots. Save a journey. Dorgan, says past Galuf, friend of Boots. Boots, Dorgan stayed in our world to watch over ex-devs here. Wow, that's... huh. How fares old Dorgan anyway? 3 years ago he got real sick and he's no more. I see. My sympathy, son of Dorgan. Anything asked of me shall be done. You need only name your request. Give me the best weapon in the game. I will have one of the villagers unlock the nerve gate. Come on! Tete! Cough, cough! I wish I too could fight by your side. But I am too old. Plates. Okay, let's go buy some weapon! Okay? Can we buy some weapon? Lord Kerger is very sick, overexhausting himself early, it doesn't help. Well, it was his choice. Hello, Silver Vine. I'm in the World Village. Exdev said his monster hordes against us. Now there's hardly anyone left in the village who can fight. What is this? Ooh. A strange voice has been coming from the well. It's slightly disturbing. Okay, let's see. What can I do for you? Aha. Ooh. Really? Wait, can I really? Come on. Yeah. Golden shield? Gauntlets. Ooh. Really? Headband? Oh no! Come on! Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let's go buy some spell. No, not yet. We're gonna do the manifesto soon. Now, we relax with the game for a bit. We're gonna have fun. Okay. Yeah, the stream has just begun. Huh? Will you please bring me a frog? Come on, bring me one. I'm gonna have one. Come on. This is so strange. Who are you? Oh no. Woohoo, what? Oh no. What is this spell? Booga booga. What the heck? Ah! Okay. Wait, really? Literally Ooga Booga? What the heck? Oh, okay. Do I even still have a bard? Oh, I still have a bard. No, I don't have a bard anymore. It's okay. We save game? Come on. We will begin the manifesto when Brina is back, okay? Okay. Dance, dance. Tempting tango. Alright. Do you see what happens? Drink? I'm doing so well in this game. Papa! You want to wait for Berina, right? Before we do the manifesto? Ta 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 ta! Let me see what's here. Kitty! Oh no! I killed the kitty! I'm so mean! Packaging. Ooh. A lot of money. I can... Dance, dance! Sword! Ooh! Did you see that? It's okay. Today I have my big booby avatar. I am ready. I am ready for anything. Beastmaster, I do. Should I put it on someone? Maybe Garuf should become the Beastmaster. Is the Beastmaster really that good? Dance, dance! What the heck? Samurai is strong. Wait, a job? Ooh. Beastmaster? What does Beastmaster even do? Okay, let's try. Okay. Kitty, let's catch you! Dance, dance! Drink. Catch. I catch you! Catch you! Come on! Pokemon! Gotta catch 'em all! Come on! Yeah, that's right. I think Beastmaster is like Gabon, right? What the heck? Come on! Catch! Wait, okay, I can only have one enemy at a time? I can only have one beast at a time? That's... what? Well, I only can store one? I thought I could store more. What the heck? That is so weak. That is not strong. That is lame. What's happening? I also like the stream. That is not very cool. Beastmaster! Come on! I love cheese! Especially the cream cheese. Come on! Alright. I am ready! Drink! I am embarrassed. Tempting tango! Kitty! Yeah. I always end up embarrassing myself. Oh. Dance, dance. Wait, is that my... No, dancer is not. True. But it's also almost time for our manifesto. Come on! Zombie dragon! I will catch you! True, right, Bouncy bunny, it's true. Dance, dance. Ooh. Okay, I will catch you. I catch the zombie. I catch you. Come on. Ah, yeah. Did you see? Perfect timing, huh? Yeah, I'm the best. I'm the best Final Fantasy player in the universe. I know this game like I know my hand. Protégé? I kill you! Some more? Blue magic is overpowered in Final Fantasy XIV. They had to make it a limited job. Oh no! Come on! Dance, dance! Sword dance! Ah, I am ready, almost. What? I think I will change my position. I will not release the zombie. Come on. Titan. Oh, I will play 14 on stream. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. I kill you. Na 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 na. I am mighty. I am mighty. Galuf master. Galuf is a master. I kill you, zombie dragon, with one phoenix down. What then? It didn't work. I thought this would work. I will drink Coca-Cola. Prepare. Did you know that I washed my hair today? Do you understand my feelings? Hello, SJW. We'll go through the manifesto today. We're just waiting for Brina. Come on, Brina. Let's go, Brina. Come on. Brina said she will be back in 5 seconds. And I'm like, come on. Do you understand me? Is it time for me to argue with the chat? To scream at the chat? No, chat! I have to debate you, chat. This is the streamer thing to do. To scream and to be crazy with the chat. You trigger me, chat, and stuff, you know? It's true. You are incorrect about this. Chat, you are so incorrect. And I will start screaming. Ah! Okay. Oh, Golem! I help you! Where's the... Why am I so weak? Drink! What the? It doesn't work. I hate this. It didn't work. Dance, dance. You bullies. It didn't work. It worked on a boss, but it doesn't work on random encounters. No, I killed him with this! I swear this game. Oh my gosh. Are you annoyed as me? Antidote. I hope the golem will return. Kitty! Come on! I can't believe what just happened. True. What the heck? We should get out. It's not even turn-based, it's semi-real time. The cats are bullying me! Bully! You bully! I die. Okay, I have to get out. What's the spell? Blink. Wait, where's the word spell? I think I need to... Dance, dance. Okay. I don't have warp still? What? Why can't I? Oh my gosh. Golem! What do I do? What the heck? Bone mail? Oh. Oh. That's actually really good. Yeah, defeated. I can't believe! Okay, I destroy you now. Uh, I can't believe this! Why am I hate those bastards. Okay, we have to go at the rest, okay? And get items. I need to drink Coca-Cola. Yeah, I have to buy them. I need to buy the high potion. What the heck? Really? Poison breaths? I got defeated by a boner. Why did I get defeated by a boner? Can you believe this? Oh, screw you! What a bastard! Getting defeated by a boner. I can't believe! Okay. Here we go. Get out of here. Zombie dragon! I destroy you! I know, but they hurt my friend! I see! I hurt myself! Dance, dance! Die, you bastard! So strong! Chicky, 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 chicky. Chicky, 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 chicky. Okay. We survived somehow. Okay, now I revive everybody. Where's the spirit to run away from a dungeon where I need it? I don't want to use up my elixir. No! Yeah. Requiem for giggling. I cannot run away. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Is this a... Okay, I'm just gonna drink cola calmly. I'm not doing well. Okay, run away, run away! Oh! Did you see what happened? But I have no magic points. Come on! No! Come on! Run away! Come on! Did you see what happens? I can't believe this. Really? You should have told me before. Run away! Oh my gosh, I have to use the elixir. I am forced. You're forcing me. You are forcing me to do this. Wait, I have 8? I have 8 elixirs? How did I get 8 elixirs? Okay. Job. Bar. You are now a bar. Sing! Come on! But we still have to go. Let's go, let's do this! Sing! Requiem! Come on! Yay! Come on! I destroy you! I destroy you good! Bleh! Come on! Yeah, we did it. Now we have to go to the city. It's okay, Giglets. We are... Wait, where am I? Am I lost? In the sauce? Am I lost in the sauce? Where am I? This is not way home. Oh, wait, yeah, I have to go here. Come on. I destroy you. Sing. Hurrah. Yeah. I destroy you now. Huh? Da 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 da. Come on. I destroy enemies so hard. Easy. Easy clap, as they say in these parts. Drippy and Droopy. Destroy Drippy and Droopy. Is Brina back? Is Brina back? Can we start the manifesto? Then we start the manifestations? No, Siri Vane is gone. Come back, Siri Vane. Come on. Brina is back. Okay, now we can start the manifesto. Okay, let us go. Perfect. We use the cottage. Come on. And we're gonna go have the best music for the manifesto, okay? We need the perfect. Uh-oh. Froggy! Come on. Manifesto! Manifestario! Jitterbug! Come on! I destroy you! Okay, okay. Okay, now we go. This is our music for the manifesto. Come on, come on! We make it a bit more quiet. But this will be our music for the manifesto. Okay, this is the perfect music for the manifesto. Sorry, I had to cut the tree with my partner as I'm going to be stunlocked on the manifesto. You had to cut a tree? Are you a tree lumberer? Okay, let's go. Let's do this, Giggles. Come on. I am ready. We must vouch. Where's vouch here? Where's vouch here? What are you doing here, vouch? Okay, now I have to find the timestamp. I find the timestamp. I had it written in my paper notebook. It's... I swear, I had it written down. One moment, okay? Because I'm a really giggler. Come on. I wrote it down in big letters. Where are you? Where are you? I should have also saved the page. But it's okay, we're gonna find it. Because it's written really with big letters. Where are you? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Where's the timestamp? Timestamp. Why must I be like this? I'm trying to find the timestamp right now. Lumberjane? You are not a lumberjack, but you are a lumberjane. Oh, oh, wait. I think I got it. No, I did. I thought I had it. Oh, Leonardo, here we go. I found it. Are you happy? Are you happy for me? Wait. It was just saved. Okay, I didn't need to. Okay, let's continue. It saved itself for some reason. I think.
Lawmakers?
Yes.
Well, it would be a utilitarian thing, wouldn't it?
So see Destiny sending the question or
Plenty of
typing it.
Ask him
There's no hiding it.
this.
History of lawmakers.
If it did work out, if they were able to kill lawmakers,
Lawmakers, kill! Kill! I remember when we left off, okay. We left off at Stephen feeding questions to Rose wrist. Okay? I remember the lore now. We're on in it now, gigglers. Okay, let's make the music a bit. Okay. Let's see how you hear it.
Is facing at the very least
with no
legitimate threats of
consequences,
violence.
would it
And I do
be
feel that
morally
threats of
justified? Question mark.
You know, are a legitimate
Ask
component
him.
of a democratic
Let's hear it.
process.
Make him answer
when
our
people in
question.
power are
Very excitable. All right. Interestingly,
Okay, this is the perfect music for the manifesto. Stephen Steven! Yeah, okay, I have to turn it on. Boom! Now it's on, okay? Boom! Now it's on. I'm listening but explaining on Discord to psychologists where they go wrong. Ah, okay, it's okay. Ta-ta! Okay, let's go. We continue this wonderful saga.
This was actually a follow-up question. The first time Rose asked this, albeit with the no consequences part, Vosh had no problem answering, and he also said he didn't feel like the question was TOS bait. Now this question, you'll notice, is a bit more similar to my one, right?
Okay. So then if you believe that the Republicans have intent right now to bring about an LGBT genocide, how can you morally object against people right now taking up arms and going out and killing Republican lawmakers?
Republican lawmakers?
Yes.
Well, it would be a utilitarian thing, wouldn't it? It would be if you could get better political outcomes from them doing so. Which, unfortunately, I don't really think it's possible to know that because I'm not God, but as a general rule, that type of thing doesn't...
Okay.
He said that type of thing doesn't work out as a general rule. Good answer, Vaush. Didn't feel...
Vaush!
Do you feel like any of the questions I'm asking you are being asked in bad faith and I'm trying to bait you into like violating TOS or anything?
No? Did I imply that?
Okay. No, maybe I misunderstood. Do you feel like...
Okay. So that first question to Vosh was fine.
I'm not sure if the...
Contrary to popular opinion, this initial question did not originally come from Destiny. Let's just go
I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove. Because Vosh did not think that it was a TOS. It wasn't a TOS because Vosh doesn't think that it was. I'm not sure I get it. You know? You know what I mean? It's really strange. This is really strange to present Vosh as evidence. You know? I think, personally.
That was like one of the dirtiest approaches I've seen. That's very much that's characteristic of another streamer who engages in bullshit like this against trans people. Yes, it's literally what Rose Wrist was trying to do to Vosh. I don't think that there's any surprise that both Rose Wrist and Loner Box borrowed directly from the playbook of fucking Stinky Steve.
True!
Okay.
True.
You can actually see Rose Wrist asking the first question. When Destiny's reacting to this...
Like, I don't know what to... I'm not so sure, you know, like, it's strange. The evidence that it's not baiting is because Vosh said that he didn't think so? Can I be honest? I think he just wanted to give his manifesto more sale by putting Vosh in there. More Sega Entertainment Online. Yeah, I think so. Hello. I believe so.
He doesn't even know Rose Wrist is talking to Vosh.
Regardless of their level of, you know, like cognitive involvement, I definitely think it's something that they're ready to do.
Okay. So then if you believe
Steven!
Oh, is this
Republicans have
Rose Wrist?
intent right now to bring about an LGBT genocide, how can you morally object against people right now taking
Fighting
up
them.
arms and
Yeah.
going out and killing Republican lawmakers?
Exactly.
Republican lawmakers.
Okay.
Also, isn't it illegal to show Steven on Twitch or something? I don't know.
Contrary to popular belief, that original question, the same one I asked to Polly, actually came from a question I sent to Rose Wrist a week earlier when he was debating Nick Fuentes.
Okay.
So this is my DMs to Rose Wrist, 23rd of May. If you think they're trying to genocide you, isn't it right to kill them? Because if the answer is no, they're a bunch of cucks, Lamau. Obviously, I didn't use this one on a trans person because that's, you know, we treat people differently. Okay. You can see here the debate with Fuentes. Where's the date? May 23rd, 2022.
This is a ridiculous line of questioning.
The Vosh debate was a week later, May 29th.
This is a ridiculous line of questioning because, as Ellen said, it implies that Jewish people were in the wrong for not just starting violence in the 30s. You know? It's really strange.
This isn't a very exciting thing. I just thought you guys might want to know a bit more. Like, I have my own thoughts, believe it or not. That was my question. And my question, when Vosh was asked it, said he didn't feel like it was a TOS violation. The different question that Destiny asked was, if there were no consequences, would it then be okay to kill Republican lawmakers?
What does it mean if there were no consequences? What does that mean? Like, what sort of, like, no consequences? There are always consequences. That is, like, it's really easy to make up a ridiculous hypothetical, you know? Like...
And actually, just as a slight critique to Vosh, I don't think that's a very... I feel like he already answered that question because he said as a general rule, that thing doesn't work out. I would like to imagine if you're like a rule utilitarian, I'd probably say that if you're as long as you live in a democracy, you probably don't ever want it to be the case that people are out killing Republican lawmakers.
Like, this is such a strange without consequences. If there are no consequences, then what's the point? Why do anything if it has no consequences? Exactly, right? Like, I can make ridiculous, like, hypotheticals. What if Jewish people in the 30s got God powers in the 30s and could just kill everybody without consequences, you know? Like, okay. But it's not really useful in the real world, such a question.
Is there any lawmaker? Probably just a rule people should avoid as long as there's like other forms of recourse in a democracy. Now, if you get into more authoritarian environments, well, the answer might get a little bit more pepe, but that's how I'd answer that anyway.
Like, aren't we supposed to ask hypotheticals that are at least somewhat useful in reality? Yeah, Vosh did play it cool on the initial question. Pretty sure he changed his opinion by the end of it. Either way, Chad was less charitable to Rose and makes sense. DM and her Chuck would also be. I feel like the no consequences debate, the convo is so loaded towards silencing your opponent for holding a position of self-defense. Yeah, exactly. The whole no consequence thing is actually really, really sus, you know?
I don't think it was a very difficult question. Just as a closer for that bit. If people believe that my reason for bringing up violent action was to bait Polly into breaking TOS, they would also have to answer this. Why did I also discuss violent action on my stream before Polly came on? Could it not be that this was simply one of my arguments? Should I have refrained from making this point just on the off chance that Polly does have views that would break TOS and that she isn't clever enough to conceal them?
Okay, then let me ask this. Can it be both? Can it be both your argument, and hence you were talking about it before Polly came on, and also getting a bait? This is a question that I posed to the chat. Can it be both? If a revolution and stopping of a genocide is possible by TOS, that's a very different thing to the position trans people are in right now. Yeah. You know? Why can't it be both?
I'm going to be quite blunt here to close this bit. TOS bait isn't a real thing. It's not.
What?
If you don't want to answer a question that sounds like it might, because your answer might be TOS, or you're not imaginative enough to come up with a euphemism or something, that's probably like if you'd answer a question like the one I asked and just unwittingly break TOS, that's probably your own fault. Like,
that's nonsensical. What do you mean TOS bait is not real? What if someone doesn't realize that what they might answer to you is a break of TOS? That's nonsensical to say. Again, those two things can be true at once. A person might not be imaginative enough to answer in a way that does not break TOS, and at the same time, you might try to get that answer out of them. What do you mean it's not a real thing? That's nonsensical.
I wouldn't expect anyone I'm talking to ever be that stupid, but okay.
That doesn't matter. What matters is that you still try to bait it. That's irrelevant whether or not people are geniuses or not smart. It's irrelevant to the issue. What?
The second Polly debate. On November 1st, Polly unexpectedly appeared in my chat and asked for a second conversation. This one was far less combative than the first. She didn't say anything about me being cruel to her in our previous talk, nor did she bring up the issue of TOS baiting.
Oh, well,
Instead,
so?
the conversation was fairly cordial and we were a lot more understanding of each other's position.
It doesn't matter. Like, again, it's irrelevant if she brought it up or not. Like, she not bring it up does not make you not cruel in the previous conversation. She could have had many reasons to not bring it up. She might have wanted to, to keep a somewhat cordial relationship with you. And that's why she did not bring it up. It's irrelevant, once again. You know? This is really a weird line of reasoning. I wasn't cruel because she didn't bring it up in our next conversation. Really strange way, of thinking about it.
I was a bit skeptical about her reading of the 10 stages of genocide, but I could see where she was coming from. What confuses me is that she made a couple of concessions in this talk that she seems to have already gone back on.
Like why?
I suggested this was something we could agree to disagree on, and she seemed happy with that. She even titled her video on Twitch, "I think this goes better."
Okay.
I think this goes better. Discussion 2. Me asking the question. Yeah, so I don't know if this counts as like agreed to disagree on some things, but not everything.
It's all right. I mean, hey, I appreciate you talk.
Yeah, okay. I asked her if people who disagree with using the word genocide
Although I need to say that I'm really confused about poly people being so courteous with loner box, but so aggressive with President Sunday. I will say that strikes me as a little bit odd.
belong in the same box as genocide deniers, to which she said, no, they don't. Do you think it's fair to say people who don't agree that there's a genocide happening right now should belong in the same box as genocide deniers?
No.
I would not say actually no. I would say that it depends. It would depend on the reason. Well, okay, let's listen to the question again, okay? But I think it depends. I really do.
The second Polly debate. On November 1st, Polly unexpectedly appeared in my
Let me
chat
see.
of the 10 stages of genocide, but me asking the question. Yeah, so I don't know if this counts as like
Once again,
agree to disagree on some things, but not everything.
It's all right. I mean,
Vosh danced around the question, and the result was Rose ended up asking him an additional dozen times in that convo because Vosh was able to avoid TOS, right?
hey, I appreciate you talk.
But let's listen to the question again because I will give my answer to it. Also, like the stream.
Yeah, okay. I asked her if people who disagree with using the word genocide belong in the same box as genocide deniers.
Okay. I asked her if people who disagree with using the word genocide belong in the same box as genocide deniers. That actually, to me, really depends on the reason why people disagree with using the word genocide, right? If a person disagrees with the word genocide for trans people because the person thinks that nothing wrong is going on and that trans people are just being paranoid and that trans rights are not a thing that should be a thing anyway, then I would certainly say genocide deniers, right? But for example, Dylan Burns is not a person that I would call a genocide denier because he really does seem to recognize the danger that is posed to trans people. And he actually poses the same concern that a person called Robert Conquest has posed in an interview from 2006. that the word genocide is very closely linked to the Holocaust, and people like to compare it one to one, okay? Which means that it becomes really complicated to talk about it, you know? And I think Dylan Burns has held a similar stance about it, and I'm not sure I would call Dylan Burns like a genocide denier. Although I am also not sure if I would extend such charitability to a loner box that claims that the Holocaust has begun in 1941. Does that make sense? So the real answer to this question would be, in my opinion, mind you, it's just my opinion, that it depends. It's not just a yes or no question, it's very contextual, you know? I don't think that the question, if people who disagree with using the word genocide belong in the same box as genocide deniers, can be simply answered with a yes or no.
To which she said, no, they don't.
I don't
Do you
think so.
think it's fair to say people who don't agree that there's a genocide happening right now should belong in the same box as genocide deniers?
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
say that. I would say no. I would say that because that carries an implication of like Holocaust denial and shit.
Why she has since continued to attack me on Twitter and call me denial box.
Yeah, it's true, Titan. You know?
I can't really say. Denial box coping and seething about President Cum Day. Lol. I mean, I can't even really get upset about this. Just kind of.
I feel like the primary issue is that they put safety of Republicans ahead of actually having a conversation about the escalation. Releasing this manifesto after the shooting is insane. Yeah, I would say that. I would agree with that. Yeah. Like, this is again why I think that Dylan Burns has like a much better attitude about this, you know? Because at the end of the day, Dylan actually focuses on the issue of trans people being attacked, you know?
Funny. But okay. Just to reiterate one more time, the first two accusations made against me didn't actually come from Polly. I was probably going to get a few more clips about Polly because she streamed a lot of weird shit about me later on.
Okay.
But I don't really like clipping people if I don't know that much about them, and I don't want to misrepresent them if they've had like a weird moment on stream or whatever. So I just thought I'd leave it at that. I feel like when it comes to Polly, she's quite good at falling out with people by herself. So yeah, as far as I know, I thought me and her seemed to be on okay terms since the last talk, but who knows.
All right.
However, let's move.
If you are denying a particular genocide and your reason is the gatekeeping, you're still not denying genocides happen. You're just wrong. Yeah. Yeah. You know? That's right. You know? But denying using the word genocide can be a form of genocide denial. Like, it really depends on who we are talking about, right? And what the reason is. The reason is extremely important. Yeah, yeah. I think there are a couple of aspects to this. Like, I think the one aspect that is important is the reason why someone would refuse to use the word. The second is what the goal is, you know, and the goal is prevention. So if we keep the goal in mind, then it becomes either way a very different conversation, right? I feel like genocide denial is often conflated with a specific anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about Jewish people. It's an overloaded term, right? It can be. It can be. But sometimes people just do be denying genocide, you know? So yeah. Like, For example, in my opinion, the more pressing thing is not to defend your right not to use the word genocide, but the more important manifesto would be about what should we do to prevent further harm to trans people, you know? That would be a much more interesting manifesto to create. That's one of those meta discussions, a form of a straw mat that Twitch poll seems to engage in. Muddying the waters that way doesn't change the facts or make them see smarter, right? You know? And I've noticed that nobody made a manifesto about how to prevent further harm of trans people, you know? How to organize. These are the discussions that we should be having. How should we organize to stop the laws? Maybe how to organize to push positive laws, like things like that. Not manifestos about using the word genocide, you know? I also feel like if we get to the heart of the issue, they don't present any evidence against the case. They stop at pedantry, and several people I've seen around this topic bring up suicide isn't genocide. Right, yeah. It is. It's super important. This is a really good point.
Demon Mama.
Demon Mama.
I'm sorry. I couldn't. I tried to react. Demon Mama reacted to my debate with Polly a couple of days afterwards. I tried watching it a few times, but I just get like really distracted by some of her mannerisms. So, yeah, okay. In her response to my debate with Polly, Demon Mama has a habit of pulling the strangest faces, even when what I'm saying is completely uncontroversial. This is just, I couldn't, like.
Why is that part of the manifesto? Demon Mama making faces. Okay, I'm gonna do a whole defense of Demon Mama's faces, okay? But yeah, we can agree that poly people is being correct on this issue. Okay, so in defense of Demon Mama's faces, Demon Mama creates a show, okay? Demon Mama creates a show and is a performer. And a performer performs. And making faces is part of the performance. It is part of what makes the streams entertaining. You know? Facial expressions, body language, tone of voice. It's all the part of the show, okay? It is all part of the show. And it's all what makes Demon Mama entertaining. And that is the point, right? Like, that's the whole point of being an entertainer. To entertain. And body language is certainly a part of it, you know? Being expressive, not being a dead fish on camera, you know? Does that make sense? Like, of course, Demon Mama is emotive. Like, it's part of her broader appeal as a performer. At least that's my opinion, okay? But there is a certain level of performativeness that I think I would like to learn from Demon Mama. You know? Yeah, right. Yeah, I know. This is such a strange thing to put. This is such a strange thing to put in a manifesto. Demon Mama makes faces. True, Titanoranus. Like, this is such a strange thing to say. Like, it sounds like such a kindergarten schoolyard thing. She makes faces.
All right, let's continue.
Later after it's over, but that's not what we need.
Okay, first of all, when camps were opening, yeah, there was plenty of evidence to say that we're building up to a genocide and the urgency was there. Like, again, I just so you know, for my take on Germany,
camps?
I think the Allies should have intervened when the first camp opened, before the annexation. So no,
Yeah, but
actually,
you
I'm
would-
very for intervening as quickly as possible when that happens. I think that every government in the Allied states were too slow. Okay, so no, I don't know why you think just because I'm contesting you on terminology means you think I'm less urgent about stopping the problem. I don't know why you think that. I'm giving an argument that's like anti-appeasement. I don't.
It's normal. Like, it's normal. It's just normal facial expressions. Like, what do you? It's just how she acts. She doesn't have a stone cold face when she reacts to stuff. Like, that is literally part of her appeal. Like, this is such a weird thing to say. Like, maybe Lonerbox could use to make some more faces and to express himself more on the stream, you know? Like, if I was being a bit mean, you know? Maybe Lonerbox it used to be more emotive on stream, you know? Maybe he could learn a thing or two from Demon Mama. I mean, to be fair, it's not easy, you know? We think you are less urgent because you are acting less urgent. Like, I don't know, it's like, it's not easy to be as emotive, you know? It requires practice. Yeah, but Demon Mama is not really annoying. It's emotiveness. You can see that's the art of being. That's the art of the body language, right? It's not enough that Demon Mama says that she does not like the argument. She shows it through the whole body, which means that you can feel the emotions more. It's a good thing to be emotive when presenting. Like, it's a pretty basic thing, you know? Like, it's a very basic thing that when you emote an emotion with your whole body, then it comes across a lot more. And I do think that it's a part of the presentation, you know? Does that make sense? When someone does not recognize genocidal rhetoric in front of them, I think it is fair to say that they do not have a sense of urgency. Yeah. I think this is a strange thing to talk about when discussing genocide, but it is part of Demon Mama's refined toolkit, you know? Yeah, she did, but she uses both verbal language and body language. Like, it's an art, you know? It's an art to be able to sort of perform in front of people, not just verbally, but also with your whole body, you know? Like, you can watch Demon Mama streams and you will see that there's this act of performance that's very deliberate when she does the stream, okay? And it's a good thing. That's a good thing, you know?
I don't know why she's. And there's another one here.
Side at least.
Yeah, because I can tell you very clearly why I have a problem. And it's because the way you respond to these things are different. If a state is committing...
Because it means that she cares to... It shows care about the craft, you know?
genocide. Say, for example, this is what justifies countries invading other countries. This is what justifies countries bombing other countries. This is the justification that was given in Libya. They said that Gaddafi he had genocidal intent. He was announced that he was going to genocide his own people. And then I think at this point, the whole idea of genocide being an international crime that's supposed to be enforced by the international community, like that's what it was for. Like both definitions were intended for that, and it's just like this is what justifies countries invading other countries. This is what justifies countries bombing other countries. Shocked, but yeah, I don't know. We're gonna see a lot of that, and there's also.
And I think that I think it's really convenient that he probably will not show the part when Demon Mama's gonna rightfully point out that nobody's gonna start invading the US. Okay. Like what? Is he saying that that some country's gonna be like, hey US, you're doing genocide against trans people, we're gonna invade you now. Who's gonna invade the US?
Yeah, you're going to see a bit of a common trend with those faces. All right. Throughout this video, Demon Mama consistently scoffs every time I bring up the idea of activists pushing against anti-trans laws at a state level. When I talk about recommending activist groups to people who want to get involved in stopping legislation, she seems unimpressed. If anyone wants to engage in activism, if that's their thing, because there's lots of people who come to me like, I want to get involved, I'll probably say like, well, Stonewall, really good organization to volunteer for, Mermaids, all these organizations.
Stonewall was a riot, right? Is he talking about the Stonewall, the actual Stonewall, the riot?
Want volunteers. A lot of them are involved in fighting the legislation, going to, I don't know how it works over there, but the way it comes is like with councils, you can lobby and you can write. If anyone will shake of the head there, let's see. She pulls another face when I talk about people lobbying against legislation in ways that are actionable within a
Faces is not an argument. Like what?
liberal democracy. Research. Well, the way you respond to that is the way I think I advocate for, is people getting involved in pressure groups, in political and charities, in lobbying, and going to meetings and lobbying MPs, protesting, civil, things that you can do within a liberal democracy, like things that are just...
The organization named Stonewall. Okay. Okay.
Actionable. If you think, here it is, the legislators do this because they want to research. Well, the way you... Interestingly, she shakes her head at me advocating for activism within the law, even though Polly agrees with me immediately afterwards. If we're talking about, I guess you'd imagine the way to oppose this would be lobby legislators, turn up to town hall meetings, I guess, in America, help with...
Yeah, you know why? That's because, surprisingly enough, amazingly enough, poly people and Demon Mama are actually their own individuals and have their own opinions on how to go about things, Why is it surprising that Demon Mama shakes her head and poly people agrees? Like, are they a hive mind or something? This seems like more vote harder language. You can't convince people out of positions they didn't get convinced into. You can't lobby against dogma. Exactly.
Do everything you can within the law, as many people did within the law during previous genocidal events.
I don't really know how many genocidal events in the past were fought by acting within the law, but we'll see. All right. At least domestically. All right. In response to a chatter, she continues to mock the idea of
She didn't say, notice this. Like, didn't notice. Okay, this is something that you have to notice, okay? Poly people did not say, fight it. She said, do anything you can within the law. And that includes fleeing, okay? Fleeing is something that you can do within the law. Like Einstein leaving the country, She did not say fight it, like doing anything within the law. Does that make sense? So that's not exactly what she said. She said do anything you can within the law.
Political lobbying by doing a caricature of someone writing a letter to their genocidal congressman.
Truth of what's going on.
Hey everybody, have you considered writing a letter to oppose the law that will ban you from getting health care?
I mean, that is how Loner Bucks came across, so...
Have you considered writing a letter?
Yeah, aren't you guys being the violent ones? This is so... Yeah, it is.
Truth of what...
I think if you were contacting a legislator, you would probably contact the Democrat legislator who's opposing the bill. Or I don't know how it is in the US, but I'm pretty sure legislators work in public buildings. Like you can just go there and speak to them. But all right. Or I think are there not states in America where you can just testify against any bill or for or against? You can testify towards any bill that's passing. Anyway. This dismissive attitude makes me wonder, is Demon Mama completely unaware of the impact that legal and political activist groups have had in stopping anti-trans legislation? A lot of people, I don't know, I feel like this is quite well known. This was 2021 talking about...
Yeah, but that's not really the point. The point is that it's not enough. Does that make sense? That it's not, the answer to a genocide is not lobbying and voting harder, you know?
Bills restricting gender-affirming care for trans youth. There are 2 here that were enacted. Look at all the other ones that failed. And these are mostly in Republican majority states. And it's been like this year as well. The vast majority of these bills are being pushed through Republican states.
For now.
And they're failing. And the reason they're failing is because activist groups turn up and testify against them and pressure to stop them. It's like...
Yeah, but guess what? Guess what? Some of the laws passed. Okay? Some of the laws passed. So what did the activism like? They're spamming the laws. There is only so much that activism can do. You know? Because laws are starting to pass at this point. Look at Florida. Things are getting passed. So what now that things are starting to get passed? Too bad you didn't advocate or lobby hard enough? Get good? What is your answer to that when the laws will actually start getting passed? Which they actually do, which they are starting to pass. You know, the bigoted rhetoric is only getting stronger and stronger, and they will just flood us with more bills. 400 bills through the recent years, you know. Hello, DJ Dylan. So yeah.
I don't understand,
Exactly.
I feel like, isn't that a criticism we normally make of politicians, is that they're careerists, they don't really care that much about ideology, they don't really have that much conviction, they just do what they're pressured to. There are loads of stories about this as well. There was a bill in, I think it was Ohio, that didn't go through because a Republican majority board...
Does Lone Bars think that there are no pro-choice activist groups? That only if there was Roe v. Wade would still be upheld? Yeah, right, exactly.
Flipped their votes after hearing testimony from trans activists. The amount, people can go and turn up and say, I'm trans, this is how this legislation will affect me. And a lot of the time, a lot of the Republican legislators involved in those votes have probably never seen a trans person before. It does actually impact the laws even in red majority states. So, yeah.
Isn't it hard to know that the obviously talks about civil action? Look at the midterms. This is such a disingenuous cope and teaching marginalized people how to suck eggs. Yeah.
Or is this the kind of action you would be inclined to ignore if you believed Republicans were legislating because they want you dead? Not wanting to jump to conclusions about this,
No one is saying that it's not... no one is saying that to ignore such action. People are saying that it's not enough, okay? When a genocide is happening, you know?
At Demon Mama's stream on trans genocide, which does have a segment entitled "What Can Be Done." Here's the segment.
There you go. Let's listen.
You can see there what can be done. It's like a 4 or 5 minute segment after she made her case for the genocide ongoing.
So you're gonna put.
I do want to spend a little bit of time right now talking about what could be done. This is not going to be a part of the formal video because I want the video to be very pinpointed and focused in its goal. But I want people to realize there's a lot that can be done to resist this sort of thing.
I don't know why I bothered clipping that. I've noticed when watching Demon Mama's debates that every time she says there's a lot that can be done, she usually only mentions 1 or 2 things at most, but yeah. After saying there are a lot of things that can be done, she gives 2 examples.
So, are you gonna show the examples that she gives, or just gonna say that it's not good and not show anything? Yeah, do you not have to literally say we want you to die, haha, we are evil? Exactly.
Examples. 1. Connect with other trans people online and offline.
Yeah.
All good. 2. A vague allusion to mutual aid with this example before she goes on to talk about helping with fundraisers for people who are trying to leave states like Florida. Yeah, this was a bit weird. I don't really know what she's getting at here.
The mutual aid aspect is going to be incredibly, incredibly important. And
Well, I guess I am here to explain. It means, for example, organizing community mutual help means organizing shared funds, organizing safe spaces for people to run to from not safe states, organizing places to live, organizing possible acquiring of funds to live, like helping a person get a job, etc., to settle down in a new place. This is like what we need, right? Sheltering someone possibly before they can land on their own 2 feet. There is a lot of things that such a proposition implies, right, of mutual help. And I would like to actually get a bit more involved in planning such a thing. I have a big plan when it comes to creating a form of organized mutual aid. So it's not really hard to understand what Demon Mama means here. You know? It's not really hard to understand what that implies and what that means. Mutual aid, you know? Like, I understand if one can say, which aspect do you mean? Because there are many aspects to it, you know? It's a really big conversation, you know?
it should not be understated how much simple acts of mutual aid in the past have saved lives. Keep in mind that when we talk about the Holocaust, we often talk about the fact that people hid Jewish people in their attic.
Yeah, that's right.
Simple act of mutual aid that saves a group, that can save a life of many people.
I don't want to, like, I'm not like an anarchist. I don't know theory that well. I don't know if hiding Jews in your attic was mutual aid.
Yeah, what? What do you mean you don't know if it was mutual aid? You're not... What was... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, is Lonerbox a native English speaker? What was that just now? What was that? You have to be an anarchist to understand theory? What? Okay, I'm gonna let him finish and then I'm gonna respond to this, but...
I always thought something like that would just be aid. But the more broad thing is once you've got the language of genocide, I feel like it leads...
What? What do you mean just aid? Does Lonerbox know what mutual means? Okay, I'm gonna... Am I missing something? Mutual means we help each other, right? Mutual aid. Mutual aid. Organization theory. In organization theory, mutual aid is a voluntary reciprocal exchange of resources and services for mutual benefit. Mutual aid projects can be a form of political participation in which people take responsibility for caring for one another and changing political conditions. Yeah. Like, what's going on here? Like, of course, hiding Jewish people in your house is a form of mutual aid. You assist them, like it says here. Like, mutual aid has been used to provide people with food, medical care, and supplies, as well as provide relief from disasters. Like, of course. You provide them with shelter, you provide them with food, and you provide them with safety. Like, what's going on here? What do you mean you have to know anarchist theory to know if it's mutual aid? I did not expect to hear that. That helping Jewish people during World War II. Okay.
Leads you to all these paths that are just so
Okay.
that have nothing to do with the situation America's in. Like, if you're talking about
Yeah, that was an example, and I can draw a almost one-to-one parallel. If the laws become such in a state, right, that it becomes impossible for trans people to live in there, then people in other states can organize and prepare a shelter for people that will flee those states, right? You can shelter them literally, right? Right? Literally. Like, Demon Mama just gave an example of how this took form in World War II. But it doesn't mean that Demon Mama is telling people to hide trans people in their attics. No, that's not what she's saying. She's saying, for example, that you can invite people from the unsafe states to live with you until they can stand on their 2 feet in a safer state. That makes perfect sense to me. It's not complicated, you know? Like, am I talking nonsense? Or I don't know. That's when I heard this argument from Demon Mama, then it was very easy to understand what she meant, you know? Like, it's not no-brainer. Like, it takes forms of assisting people to flee the dangerous state, assisting them in finding a shelter, a home, maybe even inviting them to your own home. Does that make sense? Yeah? Like, press boom boom boom, right, boom boom boom, or something in chat if what I just said makes any sense to you, and then we just continue, because this seems like very silly. Like, I don't know.
anti-trans legislation, it's very difficult to downplay it, to understate how bad it is. I don't really think you should ever need to bring up the Holocaust in comparison to it, though. I feel like the Holocaust is just such a useless allegory to like trans legislation in the United States right now.
No, it's not. Like, depending on the stage, keep in mind, I keep reminding people about this. I keep talking about this. But the Auschwitz survivor said that the Holocaust started from the laws that banned Jewish people from going to the public park, to the public pool, that banned Jewish children from playing with other children, you know? Which means that it escalated first by laws that banned Jewish people from various activities and things, which I will add sounds very familiar. So no, the Holocaust is actually not as useless a comparison as it might seem, because when you think the Holocaust, you think the final solution, and there was a lot sort of hello Nancy, good evening, yeah, hello, and there was a lot of escalation that happened before that. Okay, so no, it is not a useless comparison at all, to me at least. Yeah, the comparison is apt, exactly, at least in my opinion. And as a Polish Jewish person, I can say that, okay? I even live in the city where the ghetto was, I live in the neighborhood where the ghetto was. Who are you to tell trans people how to talk about the violation of their rights, right?
But yeah. But that's going to come up a lot as well. But
Like, this is like
I don't
an
even disagree with her. With either of
intellectual
these, but I do
game.
find it strange that she would be so dismissive of groups that have been so crucial in fighting these laws. In her reaction to my debate, she seems far more interested in more physical forms of action.
It's
When I
not
tried to ask
about
Polly what exactly
it's not about being dismissive. It's about doing more. It's about doing that and other things. Does that make sense? Nobody is against lobbying. Nobody is against pushing for change in legislation. But also, we must brace ourselves for the fact that it just might not be enough. Does that make sense? You know? Do you understand? It's not like you can do either or. You can do all of these things. You know? It's not that once you go into mutual aid, you're forbidden from voting, you're banned from lobbying or anything else. You know? This is like very strange. Oh yeah, thank you. I might create a command called do not be indifferent. I might need to do it. You know? I might need to create an indifferent thing.
exactly it is she thinks people like me should be doing differently, Demon Mama adopts Polly's position and says I should call it a genocide. She then goes on to say that she wishes cis people would push back harder against transphobia, while someone in her chat says TOS prevents me from giving an accurate prescriptive statement on how to stop a genocide. But I guess if it's a genocide, that action is insufficient then, is it? What should I do? What more should I do?
You should at least be willing to call it.
Wait, hold on. This is a weird direction.
Yeah, to call it what it is and to push against it. Yeah, of course.
He's being super defensive here. What more should I do? Well, call it a genocide. Call it what it is, dude. Don't fucking split hairs when trans people are telling you that this is an attempted genocide and there are ongoing aspects of genocide.
Exactly.
No one's asking you to do anything else, although I would certainly appreciate it if cis people would, push back a little harder. Just a little bit harder against transphobia.
True.
Just a little harder. A little bit of rip and tear.
True.
Okay. Oh yeah, there's someone in chat. Should have pointed that out. Okay. Yeah, okay. She uncritically agrees with a chatter who says I'm...
Yeah. It's here, Divine. It's a tactic called appeal to ridicule. Okay? I will show you. I have a whole document on the list of propaganda glossary. I have a whole document called the propaganda glossary, in which I have all of the propaganda techniques. And appeal to ridicule, trying to convince someone to accept an argument in order to avoid becoming the object of ridicule, may take the form of an ad hominem or a strawman attack. Ridicule and sarcasm deny discussion. This is basically what it is. Okay?
only in denial because I'm too cowardly to give up my comfortable life and take action.
The state elimination of the lives of.
Wow, the truth hurts, doesn't it?
1852D Derek with the $5. It sounds like Lonerbox is in denial because he's scared of the implications. He would be morally obligated to give up his comfortable life and take action, or accept that he's a coward. True.
The state.
Now,
That is actually true for many, many people, because it actually takes courage to take action, you know. Most people, and it's sometimes even it becomes difficult to blame everyone for it. But it is a not simple thing to talk about. The fact that most people will choose safety, you know? But at least people should be able to admit to it.
Okay, this is where I think, fuck me. I don't think it's that difficult to give your prescriptions on political violence without breaking TOS. Like, this vagueness is so... I've given this multiple times. I'll do it one more time. I have said...
I can see that Loner Box is really sidestepping the important issue here by zooming in on the TOS thing, when actually the TOS thing is right now besides the point. It's about the fact that Loner Box will not push against genocide hard enough because it would not be as safe, as comfortable, you know? And he's really sidestepping this point, I am noticing. I guess he's not gonna address this.
Constantly, that if there was ever a situation, say like there were anti-LGBTQ riots up and down America, or even just in one town, and they were coming to smash up safe spaces or to attack houses or attack people in the street, then yeah, like, defend yourself by any means necessary. Like, I would never oppose that. Like, that makes perfect sense to use violence in that situation.
That's perfect. The question is not whether or not you would oppose that. The question is whether or not you would help. And that's a totally different question. Would you choose the safety and comfort of your home and saying, I do not oppose it? Or would you actually support your, as an ally, right? Does that make sense? This is actually what the thing hits upon. Right? Does that make sense?
Same thing with Texas. If Texas ever succeeds in like a state conversion therapy program where they're dragging kids out of their houses and taking them...
Do you know what I mean? It's not about whether or not you would object to action. It's about whether or not you would help. Right? Isn't that a valid thing to ask on my part? Or do you think it's a bit unreasonable of me?
To get converted out of being trans, and you need to escape that state, and you might...
But he's sort of sidestepping it once again. I will repeat once again that he is sidestepping this issue altogether by focusing on the TOS.
You might need to video game some agents of the state on the way. Yeah, I wouldn't oppose that either. Why are these people being so vague about what they want people to do?
Like how gracious that you would not oppose.
I know the answer. It's because they're fucking LARPers. But like, if you look at this quote here as well, like, it sounds like I'm in... This is Demon Mama agreeing with this. Like, it sounds like I'm in denial because I'm scared of the implications. I would be morally obligated to give up my comfortable life and take action.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, what action? Like, first of all, I live in fucking Scotland, okay? I'm not even from America. Are you suggesting that, like, my moral compass dictates that every time there's a genocide going on, I have to get my fucking tin hat and my big boots and go over there and, like, sort it out myself? Is that what you're doing? Is this what fucking 8D, 5D2 Derek is doing? Are you
No, that is not what is being said. This is a strange argument. Just make them both mad and say you can't tell the difference. They'll be fighting each other in no time. Like, this is a strange argument that is happening here. Like, apparently, this is double weird, because he just said, I would not oppose it, okay? So, and then you said, what do you expect me to do? Take action when I'm here in Scotland? If you say that you cannot do anything because you are here in Scotland, then what does it matter if you would not oppose it? Like, this is incoherent. That's a good point, Sarah Vane. Exactly, Titan Uranus. You do not have to be physically there to be an ally. There are many, like, we live in a bit of a different age. There is a lot of communication, you know? Exactly, Brina. We can support each other across borders.
Fucking, like, there's a genocide
will.
happening right now in West Sudan. Are you fucking, like, have you been motivated recently to just jump over there and get all fucking rip and tear? Go for a fucking rumble tumble with the Khartoum government? Probably not. Like, you're in a fucking stream chat giving money. You LARPing fuck. Anyway, alright. We'll get to the Holocaust.
That's a nonsensical argument, if I ever saw one.
Don't worry, Silverheart.
Because, oh my gosh. For many people, it's physically not possible even. Like, is Lonerbugs the type of person that... Is Lonerbugs the type of person that makes fun of volunteers that went to Ukraine to fight against Russia? Like, is he this sort of person that just would mock people that went to Ukraine as volunteers? Is that what's happening? Yeah, totally.
When I make the point that genocides are descriptively different and require different solutions, she immediately makes up her mind and decides that I'm doing the rose wrist thing before I've even asked the question. So again, the Fed post.
I mean, you are.
This is how quickly Demon Mama
You are very focused on the Fed posting.
makes up her mind about my intentions being to ban this streamer. The reason I get pedantic about that difference is because the way you approach both of those issues is very different. One of them, I think the former one, because they...
Oh no, is he about to do the rose wrist thing? Is he about to do
That was it.
the rose wrist thing? Where he goes, if I admit that
It's okay, Sirivine. No true Scotsman. No true Scotsman. No true Scotsman.
it's a genocide, then I have the responsibility to act more fiercely. To rip and tear. And I don't want to think that I'm at the point in history where I should be considering ripping and tearing. Oh man.
You're not doing what I think you should do about a genocide that doesn't affect either of us directly, so I don't have to care about the one that is directly affecting you. You know what? I'm gonna go one step further, you know? Maybe we should be doing more about genocides that are ongoing, you know? Maybe we should think about what we can do, how we can organize. Maybe we could be thinking about organizing to accept refugees from the regions that are hurting right now all over the world, you know? Or help them in some way. And maybe that is a conversation that needs to be had. But it has nothing to do with you denying the trans genocide happening, you know? This is what we call whataboutism. Even if it does raise the issue of the fact that maybe we should be... Thank you. But yeah, maybe it does. Maybe we should have a talk about the fact that we do not do, as international communities, enough about mutual aid when it comes to ongoing genocides. That's right. And that includes this one ongoing genocide, you know? I didn't know you were streaming. I'll start working from where the manifesto begins again. Does it make sense what I'm saying? That maybe on one hand, it should be a conversation that we should be having as international communities, but at the same time, it's whataboutism, you know? Ah, thank you. Does that make sense? I don't think it's a ridiculous thing to say that we could organize and maybe maybe do some mutual aid when it comes to those issues, you know?
Stupid and uninformed and have bad research. Well, the way in lobbying and... Oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
And mind you, Demon Mama is not only about rip and tear. She said she was talking a lot about mutual aid. And that includes things like accepting refugees, you know?
She follows this up once again, suggesting I'm at a point
Helping.
in history where I need to rip and tear.
Financial aid.
If you have a position on rip and tear, use a euphemism, use your imagination, and explain to me how it...
It's more than just rip and tear. There are many things many people can do. I've just listed a few. Sheltering refugees, creating funds, you know? Helping people escape from a dangerous situation. Those are things that we all can do, and we can do those about many different situations, you know? You know? Like, yeah, but denying that a thing is happening will not help us address the issue. Basically.
would work. That's all I want to know, okay? Given that this is over the topic of killing Republican lawmakers, like, how fucking stupid would that be? If you can't give a very categorical no to that suggestion, like, if that happened, the Republicans would win a majority, like, overnight. They'd have no problem. Like, they would ride that all the way into the polls, like, immediately. It's just such a stupid suggestion. Anyway. Unless, I don't know, I'll never know what rip and tear means because they'll never elaborate on it. All right. I don't think it's an accident unless, like, I can imagine maybe someone coping here and saying something like Stonewall. But again, Stonewall made sense.
I'm really happy about the coup fading in Germany, by the way.
They were being physically attacked in their space. They were raided by the police for no fucking reason. Of course, it makes sense to use physical force like back again. I think there might be this thing where a lot of people, especially in the anarchist sphere, act as if there's no difference between systemic and physical violence. But, yeah, well...
Someone's really salty about anarchism, but Demon Mama has mentioned a lot more than just rip and tear, just so you know. I have listed a few things that we can do.
That's going to be a common thread. I don't think it's an accident that people like Demon Mama are unwilling to outline their positions on violence, something which is easy enough to do with euphemisms, or to at least explain exactly how said positions would be helpful. Until she is able to explain exactly how a bit of the old rip and tear would work, or how it would be helpful at this point in time, I think people can safely call this nothing more than a LARP that she hasn't given any real thought to.
See? Like LARP, even though she describes a lot more than just rip and tear. She's just zooming in on this to be dishonest, you know? Also, I'm doing pretty okay. I have decided to do a stream today, and I will later do some laundry, prepare myself to go to the clinic tomorrow. Thank you very much, Shakespeare. Thank you so much. You know? But yeah. Like, yeah, the Rush Citizens coup plot surprised me really, but there are many small but well-organized and armed far-right groups in Germany. Yeah, that's right. You know, maybe we will talk about that coup later. But yeah, Loaderbox is really being dishonest about Demon Mama's positions, you know? Because there are many things that we can do as far as organizing that does not involve quote-unquote rip and tear. And Demon Mama has listed those things. You know? Do you know what I mean?
I have, on multiple occasions, openly given my line for when I think violence against the state or even against other civilians would be morally acceptable. As I've made clear, I don't...
It's not about violence. What are you talking about? It's about much more. Like, it's about mutual aid, as I said. Financial mutual aid, assisting people fleeing a dangerous zone, housing people potentially, or helping them get a house or a job. There's a lot going into these sort of things. You know? Like, it's not a simple matter of violence or no violence. There's a lot of organizing involved. He's talking the hate and throwing it back on us, really being too extreme. Like, I'm trying to start a mutual aid network like one I had during the start of COVID, but to also let people find ways to make it to states with trans refugee laws or to Mexico. Exactly, Shakespeare. Like, mutual aid in this sort of situation can take forms of one, accepting refugees, creating joint funds, helping people to get housing, helping people to get a job, and, mutual support. Like, this is really silly.
I don't believe that point is now.
Come on.
However, if Demon Mama or 8D5D2 Derek want to explain to me how going to the States and beating the shit out of transphobes or whatever else they're alluding to will help anyone, I'm more than happy to listen.
That is not what they are alluding to. What are you talking about? I can explain it. Maybe I should talk to Loner Box. Do you think I should talk to Loner Box? Does the difference between these forms of violence lessen the suffering? Like, should I talk to Loner Box?
Since we're amplifying small trans voices, I want to give this
Exactly, SGW.
Twitter user called Powerbottom Politics on this topic.
If you're gonna go and tell people that they should rise up, do it
Oliver is a trans man, he, him, sorry.
your fucking self and stop telling.
We'll go from the start, sorry. Don't want to disrupt the flow.
If you're gonna go and tell people that they should rise up, do it your fucking self and stop telling me what to do with my fucking life. It's like you gotta utilize your platform for this, that, and the other fucking thing. Utilize your platform to help me wipe my ass. But then the second it's like, well, we gotta start rioting and fight for our rights. Oh, but me, I'm just gonna keep streaming. That's my contribution to this. I turn on a camera every day. You quit your job and go, like, drive to the Supreme Court and fucking, like, throw rocks at cops with guns. Me, I'll just, stream a video while I'm taking a shit. That's my contribution to the movement. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you...
I like that guy. It's funny.
I see.
Demon Mama
That
also
is-
seems to have a very idiosyncratic...
I think I have explained a lot of times what is being actually proposed, so,
view.
I think I have
constitutes a
explained.
genocide. She
Like,
hints at me being
why do people keep saying that it's about rising up? Like, it's... Okay. Like, I don't know. This is so bizarre.
genocide denying type and argues that trans people who disagree on there being an ongoing genocide are also in denial.
Galley says, how could Loaderbox think this way? He's been so based on so many issues. I'm shocked he's saying this shit. I was honestly surprised too. I never took him for the genocide denying type or the genocide downplaying, which is a form of genocide denial. I never took him for that type. Unfortunately, I've learned better. I have learned over time. I have grown. I've grown more wise, and I have learned that there is a certain death orbit, and that death orbit can do horrible, horrible damage to people's otherwise based opinions.
True.
The way these people talk about Dustin is so fucking weird. Anyway, trans people are also in denial if they don't agree. No, but you can say, but you were talking as if you were...
Steven Universe.
As if you're like the genocide thing is like me refusing to listen to trans voices and all that. But I can fucking dig up like I can fucking pull forth like quite a few trans people who don't like the word genocide either. So it's not like
It doesn't matter if they like it. Trans people can also be in denial.
True.
There's a lot of trans people who don't recognize how bad things are.
Okay. I find it odd that she would be this confident in her take because of how she approached the topic. it's very likely that she just learned the UN definition of genocide in the middle of her stream. At one point, she even agrees with Polly's take that any form of systemic discrimination that leads to people dying would constitute a genocide, and then goes on to bring up the definition in an attempt to debunk my understanding of the claim.
I see. We have to always remember famous Holocaust historian and anti-Holocaust denial activist Deborah Lipstadt's quote, "The time to stop a genocide is before it happens." Yeah, of course, Shakespeare. Of course. And remember my video, do not be indifferent. Like, you know, I should make it a command.
Responding to
People
him.
die because of systemic... Wait, what did I say there? Term, sorry. Idiot.
Responding to
People
him.
die because of systemic discrimination. That's not genocide, no.
How is
Yes,
that
it
not
is.
genocide? If people die as a result of systemic
yes, it is.
discrimination,
That's in the definition of genocide. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. This is pathetic.
Wait, can we just... can you just
under
admit to me,
color
right?
of
Can you
law?
just- wait.
Wait. Sorry, I just want to do a debunk. I don't.
It's really sad that this is also ego-driven as well. Like, not focusing on how to address the... because to Lonerbox says himself that it's a systemic oppression. Like, it's also ego-driven.
I'm feeling a little paranoid here because I know people are going to react to this, and I want to just prove to you what I'm talking about. I just had this up. Hold on, let me just show you again, one more time, just so that we're clear. I'm gonna show this up right here. What he just said was that a law that legal discrimination that leads to death is not genocide. I'm sorry, but the UN literally disagrees with you. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. This is Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide.
Exactly, Arkael. The Demon Mama literally shows the research before she reviews the debate. It's all in the video. So everything she says is substantiated. It's rare he would contest what people can just go back and see for themselves. Yeah. Also, the UN definition is very limited. Like, there are many problems with it.
Going slower, Article 2 of the Genocide Convention narrows it, also including deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Lonerbox is wrong. Lonerbox is wrong even by his own definition. This is phenomenally stupid.
Phenomenally stupid. Yeah.
Exactly, phenomenally
I don't know.
stupid.
I feel like if you're paranoid about people reacting to your take, maybe you could probably, like, I don't know what concepts on earth you would never do this with any concept. Like, imagine if I just looked up the definition of anarchism and then acted like I knew what anarchism was off the words in the definition. Why would you do?
Of course, keep in mind, Shakespeare, that not all legal systems actually operate on precedent.
Do that. And I feel like if you're in a position where you're literally looking up the UN convention, like an international crime, and saying that every form of systemic discrimination which gets people killed, which would be all systemic discrimination, like all systemic discrimination either like results in hate crimes or suicides or lowered life expectancies or health issues, like all these kind of things. Like every marginalized group on earth is dying, like has people who die that they wouldn't have otherwise because of discrimination. Like that's just not like, but
That's just, did he just say that that's just normal? Did he just stop himself from saying that that's just normal? I'm gonna go back a second because I think he just wanted to say that that's just normal, and he stopped himself. Let's hear it again.
Serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group.
Let's hear it again, okay? Because I just think he wanted to say that minorities all over the world dying because of discrimination is just normal.
Lonerbox is wrong. Lonerbox is wrong even by his own definition. This is phenomenally stupid.
That's just normal.
not really
Okay.
stupid. Yeah.
I
feel
see.
like if you're
I guess.
paranoid about people reacting to your take.
And I went on Sunday stream with Lucy to talk about this topic too. How historians and scholars of Holocaust and genocide studies are whom one should consult for ways to think about exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Like, maybe you could probably like, I don't know what concepts on earth you would never do this with any concept. Like imagine.
Like, the ICC doesn't run on precedent since it runs on European common law. Is that right? Let's see if I hear correctly. I'm not sure what the ICC runs, but I know, for example, that in Poland, law is not set on precedent, you know? I'm not sure what the ICC is, runs on precedent, but I know that Poland does not. I know that it's not a universal thing around the world to run on precedent. You know? That's what I was trying to say. That is not, that one should be careful about assuming that it's a universal thing, that things are run on precedent. Does that make sense, Shakespeare? Okay, let's see.
Imagine if I just.
Oh yeah, and also I wanted to add that the survivor of the Auschwitz that did a lot of thinking about it. Yeah, but like I know, but that was the case always. That not running on precedent was the thing always, even before the far right started ruining Polish cards, which is like a whole different topic that we could get into, but yeah, that's right, Shakespeare. That's right, Shakespeare. You are correct, 100% correct.
Just looked up the definition of anarchism and then acted like I knew what anarchism was off the words in the definition. Why would you do that? And I feel like if you're in a position where you're literally looking up the UN.
Well, as I understand it, and I'm not a lawyer by any means, Daniel Wells, but as I understand it, you basically codify everything into laws and legislations, and you go to them. You know, basically you just codify everything into regulations, you know, basically, you know. So you look into the laws as what to happen and how to act, not into precedent, you know.
Convention, like an international crime, and saying that every form of systemic discrimination which gets people killed, which would be all systemic discrimination, like all systemic discrimination either like results in hate crimes or suicides or lowered life expectancies or health issues, like all these kind of things. Like every marginalized group on earth is dying, like has people who die.
He will say it. He will say it now.
Like, that's just like.
That's just normal. He wanted to say that's just normal. Should I make a short out of it? The loner box, minorities dying is just normal? Is it time to clip chimp? Am I about to become the evil clip chimper? Where's the Titan, Uranus? Oh my gosh, it's just normal.
Like, why would you do that? I feel like the international community is.
I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel about him saying that is just normal, and just stopping him some short of like saying that minorities dying is just normal.
It's gonna be very busy. Like, what would that look like? Just every country just policing each other for every form of discrimination or systemic racism. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, imagine countries being accountable for their racism and Systemic oppression of minorities. Sounds like a ridiculous world, doesn't it? Oh my gosh. Imagine if actually countries held themselves mutually accountable for how they treat their minorities. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We should just keep it as it is. When minority is dying is just normal. Okay then. I see. I'm not sure how I feel about these statements. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this, you know? Ridiculous. Okay.
I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this is Jordan Peterson's level of reading comprehension. Demon Mama is using exactly the same thought process.
Jordan Peterson. Oh my gosh. Keep in mind, Moho, anarchism is not exactly about the lack of government, but it is most definitely about the lack of a state. And keep in mind, government and state are not synonyms, you know? A governing body is not a synonym to the word state. Unlike some might want you to believe. Like, I would get a few people to double check it and then go for it if you feel comfortable. Just be sure to prefer the accusation is all okay.
That led Peterson to believe that C16 would make misgendering illegal. Remember how Peterson said that C16 would lead to people being jailed for misgendering because they would make misgendering illegal? If the page ever loads. Why not? Why is that not the case? It protects trans people from discrimination. Is misgendering not a form of discrimination? Why wasn't it made illegal? Why is it not illegal to misgender someone in Canada? That's because discrimination has like a more narrow meaning under law. Like there's precedent. And this isn't even a question of law, by the way. Like this is also, it's also just like a general question of language. If you were going to look up the definition of a chair and just go by the words of the definition and shoehorn everything that fits the words, a horse would be a chair.
Why are we getting into this argument right now about the horse chair? How did we get here? How did we arrive at the chair thing? I did not expect this to happen.
Like a separate seat for one person, typically with a back and four legs. Like a horse with a saddle on it would be a chair. The reason it's not, again, like I've explained this with the whole Wittgenstein thing as well.
I'm not a horse, I'm a duck.
Gets its use not just from the definition, but from it gets its meaning.
Enough of this horseplay.
So, oh god,
enough of the horseplay. What?
For another example,
Okay.
Demon Mama's approach here is a
Demon Mama
image of Count Dankula trying to interpret a hate speech law. This is 1-to-1, by the way. Like,
right, but anyway, this is the gist of what is going to happen with this law.
Okay.
Adding age as a new characteristic in connection with the aggravation of offences by prejudice under Part 1 of the bill. Basically, if you call...
Horses are fake. Horses are fake news. Oh dear. How are we here? Transphobia is in gold star bigotry for him. What?
Someone an old fuck. Or, I don't know, maybe even if you say something like, you don't understand
my
this now.
gosh.
You'll understand when you're older. Ageism. Jail. Creating new offences.
You'll understand when you're older is something that Steven has started saying, and this is so cringe. Also, like the stream while you're here. I'm using my big booby avatar even.
Offences related to stirring up hatred. What is stirring up hatred? What could constitute as stirring up hatred? Is that going to be clarified? Is that
How did we...
set out as a set definition? So, for example, if I said something like...
Why is Why is Count Dankula included in this manifesto? Oh my god! Shakespeare just asked my question. Why is Count Dankula even in this video? I'm asking myself that as well. Oh my gosh. How did we get here? What are we doing here? What's happening? Are we gonna get Sargon of Akkad in this video? About transgenocide, about the manifesto? Is Carl gonna make an appearance? Is Bering gonna make an appearance?
The SNP. Would that stir up hatred?
He's doing the faces.
Like, we're talking about Canada, no, Australia. I think Bering was an Australian bigot. Let me play the semantic game, Loner Box, and Count Dankula.
As well. He's doing the little frowny detective face. Yeah. He's just doing the exact same thing Demon Mama's doing. He's just
Oh, I see. This is why Count Dankula is in this video. Because he made a face and Demon Mama made a face. So therefore they are identical. Okay, I understand now. Okay. I see where this logic leads us. Okay. Demon Mama is Count Dankula because they both make faces.
taking the words in the law and just arbitrarily
I see what's happening.
his own interpretation of it. That's all both of them.
Oh my
do.
gosh.
Stirring up hatred in practice basically just means inciting violence against a marginalized group. That's
Should
what
I
you have
make
to
a
do to
face?
Stir up hatred. I think we get like 9 convictions a year on average in Scotland for stirring up hatred because the threshold is so high. So, yeah. I feel like if you wanted to learn a concept, whether it's like genocide or Marxism or anarchism or hate speech, like you would probably want to read like an article about it or even just the
Where's
Wikipedia.
my-
Don't just grab the definition and just decide arbitrarily the meaning of everything. Like it's because that's where you end up. You end up saying that genocide and systemic discrimination are just like what, the same thing. Yeah. I'm aware that Demon Mama can just hedge her bets here and say she doesn't actually care about the UN definition of genocide. Or at least she seems to only care about it for as long as she thinks it supports her point. That's what she says here with Sunday.
I just brought up the exact page that he
I
had
have to be angry.
referencing the UN Convention on Genocide,
Yeah.
and even in there, they're very clear that like they take pains to say that like the Genocide Convention uses the most narrow definition, the most narrow popular definition of genocide, and even then, I believe that it's very easy to make a case for ongoing genocide in the United States based on the UN's parameters. But on top of that, who the fuck cares about what the UN thinks a genocide is? I just brought.
I feel like, I mean, if you don't care about the UN definition, you can just say that. Like, but it's also just like acting like it supports you for as long as you think it does. Yeah. Okay. Okay. If she wants to have that position, she can go ahead. But if you are going to interpret the definition in that way, you aren't really
Oh
appealing
my
to that
gosh.
definition at all. At this point, what you're appealing to is private language. This would
Private language! There we go. There we go. We've reached the private language meme. This is what Steven says. Private language. Steven says that.
raise the question, how are you deciding what is and isn't a genocide? If your understanding of genocide is that it's synonymous with any form of discrimination that gets people killed, which would encompass all systemic discrimination, what is the value in using the word at all?
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna need to refuel a little bit, okay?
Refuel what? Are you
We're over
drunk?
halfway through, guys.
Halfway?
Take a break. 2 minutes, 1 minute.
Really? Halfway? I need a break as well. I need to go to the toilet. Be right back. I'm gonna grab an energy drink for this, okay? I'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere. We're gonna continue. Okay? Come on! Also, remember to like the stream. Remember to subscribe to me if you're not subscribed, because I'm still a growing creator. and I would like to surpass Will, at least. Yeah, halfway. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the toilet. Be right back. I am back, okay? I am back. This is like, oh my gosh. Our campaign south of Echigo is going marvelously. We have captured 2 cities and are defeating the Tokugawa on all fronts. I cannot believe! Oh my gosh. Hello, boy meets Mini. Hello. Okay, we are halfway through, okay? We are waiting for Loner Box to... Boy! Yeah, waiting for Loner Box to come back. And in the meantime, we can discuss how we feel about all this. Remember to like the stream. Remember to... Oh, wait. This is the perfect opportunity. Wait, hold on, Gigglers. If you like what's happening here, then please consider supporting me, because I depend on this to live, and I will depend on your help to possibly do my transitioning. So, copy. Consider becoming a Patreon. Boom! Come on! Become a Patreon, okay? And then you will have when you pledge, it becomes like a discount each month from like art commission, okay? I have to start making commissions soon. So thank you very much for considering to becoming a patron. And now we on pause. We on pause. Well, we're at for $100. I might as well like unlock. He's not even here. He's not even here. Where did you go, Loner Box? I don't go anywhere. Okay, I did go somewhere. But I'm faster than you. Like, what's happening? Why are you so slow? You know? So yeah, please consider becoming a patron. Because keep in mind that Polish currency is weaker, so your $1 is my about 5 zlotys or something. Yeah, Brina, come on. Box. Why isn't he back yet? What is he doing? What's happening here? Okay, finally. Oh my gosh. This took you 10 years. What's happening here?
Okay.
Okay.
How are we doing, guys? We're enjoying ourselves?
Actually, I should actually
Demon Mama and
put the stream here.
oh god, we're ready for a bit of a circus show here. Right. The third accusation made against me from my debate with Polly was over my views on the Holocaust, specifically my
Boner locks. Oh, there we go, the Holocaust. I might actually, if this might be interesting because if Shakespeare is still here, then I might ask her to come on and talk to me about. We can discuss this together. This one we can tackle together if you want. Would you like to tackle this one together?
assertion that the genocide of the Jews by Nazi Germany was carried out between 1941 and 1945. First of all,
this is like this is good. This goes against the consensus on the time frame of the Holocaust. Okay. Not for some. Oh my gosh. Lonerbox is not very good at history, okay? Lonerbox is not a historian. I can see that quite clearly.
We're using the word genocide of the Jews here, okay? Genocide and Holocaust are slightly different terms, and
oh, is that so?
People use them synonymously. Some people say that they're a bit different.
Is that so? Is that so, Lonerbox? Okay then. Holocaust. There we go. Let's see. Let us see. Interesting. English. Dum-dum-dum-dum. This is interesting. Now it's getting interesting. Wow! The Holocaust and the genocide are different things, huh? The Holocaust. The Holocaust, also known as the Shoah, was the genocide of European Jews during World War II. Interesting that Lonerbox would say that the Holocaust and genocide are different things. I see. Even though it clearly says the Holocaust is also known as the genocide of European Jews. Interesting. I see. Interesting. This is desperate, okay? This is desperation internet.
because they describe different periods, but we'll get into that.
He did say that, Sir Yvain. He did say that. This is desperation incarnate. What's going on here?
Okay. First, let's look at how this question came up. When I asked Polly if she could give me examples of Republicans who want to kill trans people, she argued that this was an unfair question. After all, why would they be open about their intent? I responded by offering her some leeway and explained the intent could be inferred. I used the example of how Hitler didn't publicly express a desire to kill Jewish people until the war, but that the intent could have been inferred from as early as 1919. For some reason, Polly decided to move off the
1919?
topic of intent and asked me when I thought the genocide of the Jews began. I was hesitant over this question because I know the answer is more nuanced than she would be willing to admit. I said 1941 because that seemed like the clearest cutoff point.
No, that's ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, the Holocaust started in 1933. Like, you cannot... Like, you should just cut your losses and admit to being wrong on this. Like, is this really the thing that you're gonna be... Is this really the thing that you're gonna be... Is this really the hill that you're gonna be dying on?
Okay. Wait, can you tell me which you've seen this quote before, so...
Yeah, you should move on from this as fast as possible, because this is the thing that you're the most incorrect about. Loner's logic bro fervor not openly denied the Holocaust, but also denied basic concept of sets and subsets. There's a charitable reading of what he said, but that would be a completely vapid non-argument on this part. The Holocaust started in January 1933. Okay, that is the consensus about the Holocaust. Like, don't even try arguing about it.
We'll just go into... What did I just say? Wait, what did I just say?
Don't even argue.
So, what I think you said is that Hitler had genocidal intent before... when would you say the when would you say the genocide of the Jews actually happened? Or started?
No, wait, that's not the question is whether or not the intent, when the intent showed, right? So again, trying to keep her on topic. Okay. And
well, now I'm interested in your answer to my question.
Well, the signs of the intent were there from like 1919 when Hitler wrote that thing about removal.
Yeah, but when would you say? When would you say, according to you?
Are you trying to maybe take note of how confident Polly sounds here?
Yeah, because she's correct. I would be confident here as well. I would be more confident than Polly is here. I would be super ultra confident here. Yeah. Of course. What do you mean?
And how are you?
I'm not often that confident, but here I would be ultra confident. I would be mega confident. I would quack like a loud.
So, despite what other people were saying, how, maybe not so good faith she's... Wait, are you trying to get me into a gotcha to say when the genocide started?
No.
What do you mean gotcha? What? What is even... What is... Okay.
Well, I want to know your answer. It's not
okay, so if I say
gotcha,
anything later than... No, you are. Don't lie to me. If I say anything later than 1933 when the Nazis got elected, you've got a dunk, right? That's the kind of level we're operating at right now?
I mean, if you don't say ridiculous things, you will not get dunked on. I don't know. It's like, maybe,
Are you unwilling to answer the question?
No, I'm not willing. I think the genocide started in 1941.
Well, that's a ridiculous thing to say. Like, is he gonna just reinforce this point here in this small little box? Is he gonna say that again? Is he gonna actually... Okay, let's see. I'm curious about this.
Implemented and ordered in 1941.
Okay, so...
Okay.
Yeah, just move along. Just don't, Yeah, that's the smart That is the smart play, to just move right along, you know?
Demon Mama believes this is an idiotic position.
Yeah, it is an idiotic position. What do you know? Demon Mama is correct. Well, well, well. What do you know? You know, I actually talked to my mom about this. I actually remember, once, not recently, I told my mom, hey, did you know that there are people that say that the Holocaust started, the genocide of the Jewish people? I specifically said, did you know that there are people that say that the Holocaust, the genocide of Jewish people, started in 1941? A person and my mom's response was just that there are many uneducated people around the world. You know? Shakespeare, you're back. Would you like to come in and tackle the Holocaust bit together with me? Do you want to come in here and tackle the Holocaust topic together with me? I feel like you're uniquely qualified to get in here and talk about this with me, you know? I think it's I think the topic of the genocide of Jewish people is a thing that kind of involves you, so I think you should get in here and talk with me. I think we should tackle this as like a tag team, you know? What do you say? Are you okay? Or are you too busy right now? No, you don't want to come in? Well, if it's you don't know, it's okay. But it would be cool. So, you know, my invites always stand open, okay? Okay, then I'm gonna just unpause and then we can continue. But if you feel that you want to say anything at any point, then you know, then you can hop on at any point, you know? Okay? Okay, let's go. Arkael. Yeah, good debate tactic. Let's go.
Would be surprised if it is a commonly accepted point of view.
It's not.
That the
It's
German
not.
genocide of the Jews
It's definitely
didn't start until 1941. That seems
He reiterated that twice. It's an idiotic position.
literally impossible.
It is an idiotic position. Like, what am I supposed to say? True, Brina.
Okay. I don't know how many references I would need to bring up until she admits she was wrong about this, but here are a few. Let's go through a few, shall we?
Ooh, references.
Do you remember the one this kind of suggests?
References. I guess that the Auschwitz survivor was just incorrect when he said that the genocide started when the first bands started in all the way back in Germany, right? Like, I guess Loner Box would debate the Auschwitz survivor on when the genocide started, which is very sad that Loner Box would be willing to debate an old man who is a survivor of the death camp on the topic of when the genocide started. Maybe Loner Box would whip out his references to teach him a lesson. You know?
From the 10 stages of genocide, he says this in the essay as well, suggesting that the genocide is being planned at stage 7. The genocide they refer to is the final solution. Genocidal massacres begin, so we go from final solution being planned to beginning at 8. Bearing in mind, remember the definition under international law was genocide is killing people. The state organized killing people. Okay, let's go with this next one from the Anne Frank house. The decision to resort to genocide. Historians disagree about the moment when Hitler decided that all European Jews should be killed. A signed order does not exist. However, based on some other sources and events, there is a strong likelihood that the decision was made somewhere in the second half of 1941. You can go to the Wikipedia, I guess. 1941 to 45, genocide of the European Jews.
What? That's what? Oh, interesting. I want to see this.
To beginning at 8. Bearing in mind, remember the definition under international law was genocide is killing people.
When does this? Where is this Wikipedia from?
Let's go to this next one from the Anne Frank House.
Because I will show you something in a minute, okay?
The decision to resort to genocide.
The 10 stages of genocide are just a way to teach how genocide can happen. It's not a end-all be-all checklist. True, Shakespeare. Plus, it's made to, you know, prevention.
Historians disagree about the moment when Hitler decided that all European Jews should be killed. A signed order does not exist. However, based on some other sources and events, there is a strong likelihood that the decision was made somewhere in the second half of 1941. You can go to the Wikipedia, I guess. 1941 to 45, genocide of the European.
The Holocaust. Germany implemented the persecutions in stages following Adolf Hitler's appointment as Chancellor on 30th January 1933. That's first of all. I want to see something. Holocaust. Okay, here it is. Information in Polish. The date of start, the date of its beginning, 1933. The finishing date, 8th of May, 1945. Okay? Some people might disagree, but I think a Polish source is okay to use here, considering that the thing literally happened in Poland in large part, okay? So I guess it's fair to use a, you know. I know Lonerbugs doesn't care, since when I was in his chat during his Twitch live stream on this, I sent him a bibliographic source in chat and then he blocked me. Okay. Very honest interlocutor. Also, I hate to play the, you know, identity politics game, but blocking a Jewish person who is also a scholar on these topics, when it comes to answering the question when the Holocaust started, is a pretty bad look, okay? Like when you block a literal Jewish scholar that actually wants to inform you on the topic, that is not a best of looks, okay? That really is not the best of looks, as it turns out, you know? When you tell a Jewish person that is actually also additionally really well educated on that topic, no, you're incorrect, I'm blocking you, and it started in 1941, okay?
This is from the Wiener Holocaust Library. This is like, I think they're
not a good look.
Or the oldest Holocaust library in the world. In 1941, the Nazis' persecution of the Jews became a genocide. See, persecution and genocide are separated because they were different events. In just under 4 years, millions of people were deliberately murdered at the hands of the Nazis and their collaborators. This mass murder became known as the Holocaust. This is from a book called Teaching the Holocaust Memorial.
I know Loner Buzz doesn't care since when I was, yeah, I already read this. I thought that was something
Day
new.
Trust, the government-funded charity between 41 and 45. I can go a bit quicker. This is an article from JSTOR. Genocide was it the original plan by Yehuda Bauer, very prominent Holocaust historian. You can see here, when they talk about the plan, they're talking about the final solution because the final solution was the genocide. Okay. We'll read that article a bit more later.
I wonder what Lonerbucks would say about how the British treated South Asian people during colonial times. I'd debate him on that, being from North India myself. Oh, interesting, boy meets Mini. India was like one of the biggest atrocities in history when it comes to the British Empire. I think the British Empire has genocided the most amount of people in India, more than any other. I believe so. It's a really huge number. I think it went into hundreds of millions or something like that. It's like some really big number of people that starved under the British Empire.
Holocaust Encyclopedia. So this is where people are maybe getting a bit confused. If someone Googles the Holocaust, you'll get different answers because some people use the Holocaust synonymous with the genocide, 41.
And the British Empire actually got away with this genocide, like scot-free. Not like nobody held the British Empire accountable for what happened in India, ever. There are still people that say that it was good what happened. Like, how's that for horrible, horrible stuff?
1 to 45. Others will say it was the period of...
Also, my good friend is in India right now, interestingly enough. My friend who's a big Polish YouTuber is in India right now.
Physical state violence against Jews, which was Kristallnacht onwards. And others will say it was just the entire process of persecution to violence to genocide, which is...
Interestingly enough, Lonerbug seems to be ignoring his own article here, which clearly says the Holocaust 1933 to 1945. You know. There we go. It says so here. The Holocaust era began in January 1933. Oh my gosh. To bring out an article that would contradict you.
...33 to 45. Anyway. Why did I...
Wait, what do you...
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean, anyway? What the heck? What a blunder. Okay, what? That was not even on purpose? Why did I group this one in here? What a blunder. Oh my god.
Holocaust Encyclopedia.
Holocaust Encyclopedia, what a blunder.
This is where people are maybe getting a bit confused. If someone Googles the Holocaust, you'll get different answers because some people use the Holocaust synonymous with the genocide.
Yeah.
41 to 45.
Because a genocide is a thing that escalates.
Others will say it was the period of physical state violence against Jews, which was Kristallnacht onwards.
Oh my god.
And others will say it was just the entire process of persecution.
What does P say? He's losing an argument to an inanimate website. True. True, as our good friend of the channel would say. That is what happened. That is indeed what happened.
Violence to genocide, which is 33 to 40.
As our good friend would say.
Why did I link this one?
True.
Oh, yeah.
True. And based.
Organized and systemic mass murder of European Jews. The Nazi German regime implemented this genocide between 41 and 45. What we got here? This is a Google book.
As someone said, he's conflating final solution with genocide. True. Like, don't you think that when you are in the ending stages of a genocide, then it's actually too late to prevent anything? If you're gonna start acting when the final solution is being implemented, then what are you actually preventing? Like, you should ask yourself that. Like, what are you even preventing at that point? You know?
Euthanasia to the final solution, the origins of Nazi genocide. So when they say euthanasia here, they're referring to Action T4, which was when Hitler ordered, that's his order there, the killing of 1/3 disabled and mentally ill people. September 39. That was, so the question was genocide of the Jews. There is a bit of a gray area with...
Gray area.
Never mind.
I see.
Final solution and the euthanasia, those are the two genocides. One against disabled and mentally ill people, the other against Jews. Okay. What we got here? This is, again, just the contention about what people refer to with the Holocaust. The term Holocaust is most commonly used to refer to the genocide in which approximately...
Grow into a mass movement, ruling Germany through totalitarian means from... I see.
6 million Jews were systematically executed in concentration camps like Dachau, Auschwitz, and Bergen-Belsen. Some of these camps were opened earlier than 41, but they were opened as concentration camps. They were later, the death camp facilities were usually added on, and that was from 41 afterwards. Yeah, concentration camp and death camp is not the same thing, okay? This is from Richard J. Evans. He was actually the historian who testified against David Irving in the Holocaust denial trial in England. There's a whole film about him, genocide. He wrote the book as well, Lying About Hitler. And when he's talking about, yeah, genocidal ambitions in Eastern Europe, you know, Soviet Union invasion, 1941. Again, like, pretty synonymous. And then here, it's another one from Evans about the final solution, and he constantly refers to final solution here as the genocide, like their complicity in the genocide.
Yeah, that's because before they were early stages, before you could actually prevent it. Like, I will say this one more time, okay? I will say this one more time. If you start acting at the final solution, then what are you actually preventing? The answer is nothing. You cannot prevent a final solution when you want to prevent it as it's already happening.
Yeah, you can read this whole article if you want. They had no real understanding. This is about talking about local Germans, I think.
Ridiculous.
Unprecedented act. Yeah, okay. So, okay.
Ridiculous. We know. We know where you stand.
Fun fact as well. After our debate, despite acting as if she had caught me out on this point and accusing me of equivocating very offensively on the start of the genocide of Jews in Germany.
True.
This is Polly after the debate. He equivocates very offensively on the start of genocide of Jews in Germany. She's actually using the word equivocate properly there. Like, equivocate doesn't mean equate. Equivocate means trying to conceal your ideas or trying not to implicate yourself. But despite that, Polly herself admitted to her chat that she didn't even know whether or not I was right.
Every time I see that dude's face, I get irrationally angry. Like, I was... Is he right about the Holocaust? like, I don't know. Like, that just seems wild to me. Somebody would... I think we all voted hard.
I know, okay? I know, and he's not correct.
I feel like, you know how video essayists make really bad critiques of debate bro culture or debate pervert culture for being gender neutral? This is probably quite a good example of.
True, Titan. That is not what's important. It is true. Oh my gosh. I clicked on it on my mistake. Oh my gosh. Where were we? Do you remember the timestamp? Oh my gosh. Where were we? I think we were here.
It's when, according to what, like legal definitions, or
According to what legal definitions? Guess what, bitch?
during today's situation to the treatment of indigenous children in the United. I'm not sure why he said
Oh my
this
gosh.
conversation, and this conversation is genocide. Active cropping DM 5 times. Part of this didn't.
Black and silver. I'm not
Again, the Jew.
Where are we?
that you came on here and fucking
She makes the same point in a talk with President Sunday. She's had
Okay.
Holocaust. You wanna go one further?
retroactively.
How fucking right I am and how fuck
Just because I'm contesting you and the urgency was there. Like, again,
Oh my gosh.
2 guys are the same crime.
wouldn't
So again,
nothing is a gen
wasn't a genocide because they only killed men. Like, that's like murder of Jews in Russia. Yeah. So I think that covers everything from Yehuda Bauer.
second.
From Yehuda Bauer about probably has. I think the other one was
Okay.
mobilized against Jews and a lot of effort into the takes that I come out with. Like, I second guess myself like constantly. I'm
Do
always
you?
like trying to make sure I've got multiple sources or double checking.
Oh, wait.
Probably has. Those are different things. But
I think it was
probably
here.
has talk about how. Those are different things. But, like if an ethnic cleansing happens, you would advocate for like right of return or refugee rights or something like that. Obviously, with genocide, it's a bit different.
Oh my god. We were lost.
Yeah, there's a whole article about this. The one I brought up from Yehuda Bauer.
We were.
About how genocide wasn't the Nazis' original plan. Their original plan was emigration or forced emigration. And he actually goes through this to talk about how, although there's a bit of a gray area, when the Nazis invaded Poland, they carried out massacres that were targeted towards Polish intellectuals and thought leaders and political opponents of the Nazis.
Not true. That's not true. That is definitely not true. People were rounded up from the street and executed no matter if they were intellectuals or not. I actually have big knowledge on this. Like family from both Jewish and non-Jewish side that have experienced the Nazi occupation. Like saying that the German that the Nazis did executions only of intellectuals is like patently false, okay? I can tell you stories, okay? Like for example, my grandmother has a story on when she was still a young girl and she was traveling on a tram and suddenly people were being caught in the tram to be rounded up and executed, and some very merciful, I guess, soldier took my grandmother aside and told other soldiers, we will let this one go. And so my grandmother was let go and survived. But this blatantly not true that only quote unquote intellectuals were executed. Do I even need to talk about the whole creation of the Warsaw Ghetto? The Warsaw Ghetto? Like...
a disproportionate amount of those deaths were Jews. So I don't know if like Tannenberg
Intellectuals?
called like a genocide of the Jews.
It's not the word only intellectuals. People were rounded up and just shot, no matter who they were.
Like once or twice. Can't really remember. But Nazi policy, and this whole paper goes through that, is up until 1940 or early 41 was still emigration. So their official policy up until 1940, there were two plans. One was Nisko, Madagascar, where they wanted to send them to...
People were mass killed in the Warsaw Ghetto. The Warsaw Ghetto was established in 1940. The Warsaw Ghetto was created in the 1940, and people were mass killed there. What do you mean? 1940.
To Madagascar. The other one was, don't know how to pronounce that, but Jacques Rouble, which is, this was their plan, it's a bit less known, where they wanted to deport their Jewish prisoners over to the Allies, to the Allied states. The idea was that they thought if a bunch of Jewish refugees turned up in the UK or the US or whatever, that would get the British or the American public to sympathize with the Nazi cause if they had a bunch of Jewish refugees arrive. But yeah.
Yeah.
So this paper is really, really interesting.
Like saying that only intellectuals were murdered in Poland is like such a ridiculous statement to make. It's like actually it borders on the offensive, to be honest. Like, I'm not gonna lie. All the intellectuals.
Even at the end, and oh yeah, also like in 1940 as well, there was like a memorandum from Himmler where he openly rejected mass killing. And by 1940, even Heydrich was still calling it...
Oh wow, oh wow. We should really trust the Nazi memorandum in which Himmler openly rejects mass killing. Oh yeah, that's totally a thing that we should, believe when daily executions were happening in Warsaw during the occupation. Congratulations, Loner Box. Like, what's going on here? Like, yeah, we should totally trust Himmler on this. Himmler is our main man.
The territorial final solution. It was in 41, just around the time...
Yeah, Jamie. He is talking about the Holocaust. Oh yeah, we should totally believe Himmler. He rejected the mass killings, so that could know what. You know, I'm gonna visit Mom in the clinic tomorrow, and I'm gonna tell her this. I'm really curious what her reaction will be to hearing this nonsense. No, he claims that during the Nazi occupation, before 41, only intellectuals were executed. Like, daily executions were the norm.
Time of the invasion of the USSR, that was when it changed. If you're going to bring up the Einsatzgruppen, yeah, they targeted Jews. They were mobilized against Jews in 1941 in the summer. Yeah. Here, the last...
Jewish people were executed all the time within the ghetto. What are you trying to pull here? Yeah, I agree, Tyler Jones.
The last alternative was the final solution, which took form in 41 with the adoption of the Einsatzgruppen plan for the mass murder of Jews in Russia. Yeah. So...
Like, you really have no... If this is how you describe... if this is how you describe the occupation of Poland during the war, then I'm not sure what to say, considering how well documented it all is. Like, it's perfectly well documented. I'm gonna Google something. My gosh.
I think that covers everything. Near the end of this paper, there's a really, really interesting part, like really spicy as well, where Yehuda Bauer actually suggests that the final solution wasn't even inevitable by 39 or 40. He actually argues that one of the reasons it happened was because other countries in Europe were just unwilling to take Jewish refugees. He actually blames anti-Semitism across all of Europe for the reason that the Nazis had that many prisoners that they decided to kill them instead of try to move them out.
I'm not even sure what to say to this argument.
Which is a pretty bold take, but yeah, this guy is like a really like a high up historian on Holocaust. He's like really well known.
This is what happens when people treat people's lives as numbers.
The reason I'm being so thorough on this, by the way,
You're not being thorough.
fuck, like I've never really.
You're not being thorough, though. Like, this is what you call being thorough. The fact when a source disagreed with you, you loudly said, "Why did I put it in here?" Being thorough is not when you start with like, it is not the scientific method, quote unquote, when you have a theory and you seek to prove it through sources. Like, you should be trying to disprove your theory. That would be closer to the scientific method, not when you just have your own theory and you try to find sources that fit it and disregard all sources that do not fit your claim. As you actually did live on stream when you said, "Oh, why did I include this thing that does not agree with me?"
Tried to present myself as like an exceptionally intelligent person. Like I'm not.
You clearly aren't.
Is that
That's true.
I put like a lot of work and a lot of effort into the takes that I come out with.
That's not a lot of work to just find sources that agree with you uncritically.
I second guess myself like constantly.
And also misread the sources by conflating final solution with the Holocaust
I'm
overall.
always like trying to make sure I've got multiple sources or double checking things and
Unless they disagree with you, then you wonder why you included them.
and every time I say something I think is not true, I'll say I'm not sure or maybe this is wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I do try really hard to get things right because like.
Well, apparently not in this case.
But the fact that me and Demon Mama have like an audience overlap.
He started with a presupposition and is basically working backward. He's just arrogant and can take the L. Exactly. That is not how you investigate things. By just assuming a thing and then just working backwards from your own assumption.
And the fact that that whole thing just gets kind of like shat on in the eyes of a few audience members or like 4,000 or 5,000 audience members just because this charlatan hack fuck wanted to get some dunks for her stream. Like,
who?
It's really fucking irritating, but okay.
Who's the charlatan that wanted to get a few dunks for her stream? Who are you referring to? What are you referring to, Lonerbox? Who's the hack you are referring to?
She agrees with another chatter who accuses me of using the same logic as Chomsky and Tankies.
Hippie Punk says this is the same logic that Chomsky uses to say that Srebrenica wasn't a genocide.
True.
And what Tankies used to blow off Xinjiang.
True.
This is not a road to go down. I agree.
Srebrenica. Chomsky said Srebrenica wasn't a genocide because they only killed men. Like, that's it. I mean, he just completely ignored the fact that actually in most genocides, the victims are mostly men because the women are raped. He just ignored it. Like, he also said that the concentration camps in Bosnia that had...
Actually, during the Holocaust, men, women, and children were killed, and explicitly the German soldiers in the death camps were actually forbidden from assaulting because there was considered unclean or something. Like, that's a whole other topic.
Had torture chambers in them were actually refugee camps. When tankies talk about Xinjiang, they'll just say all the information they don't like that proves genocide is Western, or they'll try to discredit one of the people spokesmen for the UN.
Well, you discredit the sources that don't believe with you. You did it here on stream, so you're one to talk, I would say.
Because it was...
I'm not sure you want to speak on this regarding sources.
Because he was a Christian or something. Like, really? That's what I'm doing? Okay, fuck.
Yes.
Even as I tried to qualify the point that before 1941, the genocide was set in motion, the conditions were laid for it, or that they were on the precipice, both Polly and Demon Mama completely ignore this, and Demon Mama decides to accuse me of downplaying and genocide denial.
Yeah, because that's what you're doing. Like, there is a reason. Wait, did you actually make it into a command? Like, I will write it. This is a command? No. Is it a command? Oh my god. Okay, there we go. So, like, the Auschwitz survivor... Oh, okay. Okay, Brina, I thought you made it into a command. So, the Auschwitz survivor says clearly, Auschwitz did not fall from the sky, and that it was a culmination of slow build-up, you know? This is what he said, and I agree with this, okay? It's not that things like this just fall out of the sky. So Demon Mama and Polly were correct here.
I mean...
Liberals are so lost.
There was already like... well, I guess there wasn't the... There was already laws being passed trying to eliminate...
You would say that it was set in motion, that the conditions were laid for it. They were on
there
the
was
precipice.
law. No, but no, there were already Jews dying.
If this was a conversation
True.
over the Holocaust, all of this would be considered genocide denial.
True.
Because it is. Because it's
Come on.
playing the very real threat. We only have this in hindsight because the Holocaust already happened.
I mean,
True.
The real threat of what? Threat of genocide? Fuck.
Yeah.
I guess that's probably quite a lot of historians.
Like, you're taking a really horrible approach to this, because I think I have asked this about 10 times now, but I will ask it again. If you just want to smugly wait for the final solution, then what are you preventing?
And Holocaust libraries that probably need to get held up for...
It's men who get genocided, yeah. True. This is like... Yeah.
For genocide denial, but... Okay.
This is ridiculous when we talk about the Holocaust. This is actually ridiculous also when it comes to things like the genocide that the British Empire has committed in India as well. I have not. Can you link it to me in DM?
She agrees with another chatter, who says my opinion on when a genocide starts, and apparently also that of every source I've posted above, is similar to what the Nazis do with Holocaust denial.
Killjoy 40k says what Lonerbox is doing is similar to what Nazis do with Holocaust denial. I don't think he's doing it deliberately, but he's made a goalpost that can't be met except in hindsight, meaning nothing is a genocide until after it's already too late. Yeah.
She even says there, nothing is a genocide until it's deemed one, but she changes that into it's already too late. In this debate, I mentioned examples of preventing genocide. This hindsight argument is so weird. Like, does she just think that I'm of the persuasion that states should just put their feet up and chill and stay at brunch until the genocide starts?
I mean, that is basically what you said. That is how you came across. I'm sorry.
I don't understand it. Like, it's so
I know.
weird. All right.
I mean,
The point she makes about hindsight is also strange since I mentioned at least twice that Allied intervention was justified before the invasion of Poland. And I already mentioned that genocidal intent could have been inferred before the Nazis took power. Is she trying to imply that I'm pro-appeasement? That I don't believe
I mean, you denied the intent.
in states taking measures to prevent genocides before they happen? The answer to that is no. I think it's just like a very hollow critique with no thought behind it. She seems pretty excited to learn about the Dachau concentration camp, which opened in 1933.
Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if there was something I had in my back pocket? Anybody want to guess when the first concentration camp for Jewish people, communists, and other dissidents opened? Anybody want to guess? Can we get a guess? 22nd of March, 1933. But
Well, the Holocaust starting date is January 33. This is a debate loner. It's trans people crying out for help and he's saying that they're all crazy. Yeah, this isn't a debate. Yeah, exactly.
guess what? According to
This is what happens when people take other people's lives and turn them into an intellectual sport, a debate. You know? This is what happens.
Loner Box, the genocide didn't start until 1941. What a moron!
True. True!
Dachau. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I apologize. I've literally never heard that word said out loud, I don't think, or at least I haven't in my... wouldn't...
So again, I know it's difficult to hear, but like genocide and concentration camps for political prisoners, I think Dachau was, they're not the same. It's not the same thing. Like...
Also, not just political prisoners were sent to the so-called work camps. That is also a lie. Regular people were sent to the work camps as well. Like from my father's side, my great-grandfather and my grandfather were sent to a work camp in Germany during the war, and my great-grandfather died, and my grandfather was left an orphan in the work camp. So that's definitely not true that only political prisoners were sent there.
If you want to know why, again, you can just think about it. Like if you had two criminals in front of you, or two bad guys, if you had two criminals in front of you, or two bad guys, let's say one of them is an overseer from the Japanese internment camps in America, and the other one is like Rudolf Hess, the guy in charge of Auschwitz-Birkenau. I don't think he would convict those two guys of the same crime.
That doesn't matter.
One would be guilty of genocide, the other would be guilty of like human rights abuses, you know? This is despite me saying earlier in the debate that some kind of intervention was justified as soon as the first camp opened. Once again, Demon Mama isn't in.
Also, you cannot convict individuals for genocide. It's like you can convict individuals for taking part in a genocide. Also, people who deemed to have disabilities, mental issues, they had been also sent there, not just political prisoners. Exactly. Like, people with children were sent to the work camps. This is ridiculous.
Interested in this point.
But Karasu, keep in mind, he said that in Poland, during the occupation, only intellectuals were being executed. So, Lonerbox does not have big knowledge on this topic. You know?
This is what I do think she learned about Dachau like in the middle of this stream, because when I say
Exactly, Karasu. It's what I've been talking about this whole time. If you want to start preventing the genocide when the final solution starts, then what are you even preventing? The answer is that you're preventing nothing, of course.
First camp opened.
Absolutely nothing.
That was a point to justify intervention. She looks kind of shocked, like as if to suggest that's too late. I don't know.
Yeah, it is too late. What?
But that's not what we need.
Okay, first of all, when camps were opening, yeah, there was plenty of evidence to say that we're building up to a genocide and the urgency was there. Like, again, I just so you know, for my take on Germany,
camps?
I think the Allies should. I don't know what she's saying.
Yes, perfect. Karasu knows what's up. That does not mean I would stop at the time pointing out this is genocide, because it had the potential to lead there. There were shot Japanese at the relocation camps fences, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad Japanese internment camps did not go as far as the Nazi camps. Yeah, this is like ridiculous.
In there, but it sounds like she's saying when they built camps, as if that's like too late. They've intervened when the first camp opened. I don't know if maybe the Allies should have intervened when Germany was still a democracy. The first camp opened before the annexation. So no,
Yeah,
actually, I'm very for intervening as quickly as possible when that.
Well, the actual answer is the Allies should have not appeased Germany. But that's a whole different topic, isn't it? Like, what do you mean? Of course, Germany appeasement should not have ever happened. And there are actually many different theories and reasons for why the appeasement happened. And I could make a whole segment on that alone.
That happens. I think that every government. Why the face? What the fuck? In the Allied states, it's like she just does them when she remembers to. We're too slow. Okay, so no, I don't know why you think just because I'm contesting you on terminology means you think I'm less urgent about stopping the problem. I don't know why. Oh, there's another one. All right.
Exactly, boy meets meanie. Genocide did not just happen in the camps. It happened in the streets from 1933 onwards. Not exactly. Boy meets meanie, like, understands. Exactly.
This is the climax of the fucking circus show. She decides to blow me out with possibly the strangest dunk of 2022.
Okay, hold on. I just want to blow him out again. One more time.
Do it.
Just so we're clear, the UN Convention on Genocide was not even put into law until December 9th, 1948. Let's just rewind here. I just want you guys to hear how fucking right I am and how fucking right Poly People is on this.
True.
Listen to this real quick. Let's just listen to this back. Listen up.
Didn't start until 1941. That seems literally impossible to me.
When according to what, like legal definitions or?
According to what legal definitions? Guess what, bitch? The legal definition you're using, the Holocaust at the time could not be considered a genocide because the UN fucking assembly on genocide did not happen until December 9th, 1948.
Oh, I can see that Loner Box truly is a member of the Steven universe when he starts mocking Demon Mama by making those faces. Interesting. It reminds me of things Steven did in the past when he started mocking Demon Mama like this. Isn't that interesting? This is all petty interpersonal streamer drama using the oppression of trans people as a way to make it seem like it's actually something else. Exactly. Ridiculous and pathetic.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
And yeah, Demon Mama's correct.
What?
Are you gonna respond?
The word genocide was coined to describe the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide. Like, you can retroactively call something a genocide. You can convict people that, like, okay, yeah, the Nazis were convicted of crimes against humanity, not genocide, because it wasn't there until 48. But we're talking about describing it. She asked me when the genocide of the Jews started, and I said 40. Like, yeah.
It is not.
And I said 41 because
it is not the Steven universe that we deserve,
like,
nor want.
Happened before murder was a crime. Before it was enshrined in law, and we can call them murders. Same with genocides. I don't know if this is just like people make mistakes. People make mistakes. after taking a minute, she decides to take this one step further.
I see.
You want to go one further?
Yeah.
You want to go one further?
I do.
You ready to go one step further?
I am. I'm ready.
Genocide is the intentional destruction of a people, usually classed as ethnic, national, racial, or religious, in whole or in part. Raphael Lemkin coined the term in 1944. The term genocide did not even exist at the time that he's talking about. So all of this stupid semantic nonsense is a bunch of fucking hot air. The definition didn't even exist, so it wouldn't fucking matter if you called it a genocide or not. The terms, the legal terms, didn't exist at the time.
True.
Loner Box's argument is so upside down in this conversation. It's so ass backwards. You want to...
Like, you know what's really fucking sad about that bit? Is that...
The sad thing about that bit is that you did not understand it. That is the sad bit. Because you keep asking when did the genocide start by law and when the Allies should have interfered. And Demon Mama answers, the term did not even exist. So what are you talking about? When the Allies should have interfered because it became legally a genocide.
She has the screen up. Not only on the Wikipedia, not only does it mention genocides that happened and are recognized in the 18th and 19th century and under the Ottomans. See what it says there? I don't know if you can see that. You might have to zoom in. For World War I. You see the year there? World War I started in 1939.
What?
They're not talking about when the war started.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
You might have to zoom in. For World War I. You see the year there? World War I started in 1939.
Am I mishearing this? Chat, please tell me I'm mishearing this. World War I started in 1939 in Loner Box's mind? World War I? He's gonna correct himself, right? I beg of you, please correct yourself. I'm begging, please correct yourself. Yeah,
talking about when
that's fair, Butterwagon. That's fair.
the war started. They're talking about,
But it's...
about the genocide, because it's the Wikipedia for genocide.
Yeah, that's fair. At least I hope so.
Like, what the fuck is happening inside this head? Like, what kind of, what kind of activity is taking place?
Wait, his head? Was that also a misspeak? His head?
You might have to zoom in. For World War I. You see the...
Did I mishear that as well? Was that misspeak as well? What the hell's going on in his head?
World War I started in 1939. They're not talking about when the war started. They're talking about the genocide, because it's the Wikipedia for genocide.
Let's listen. Am I hearing some... This head? That makes no sense. Like, that makes no sense in English. Isn't he an English native speaker? In this head? That makes no sense.
Like, what the fuck is happening inside this head?
This head? That just makes no sense.
Like, what kind of, like, what kind of activity is taking place in this abandoned fucking air raid shelter of a skull?
Yeah, okay, this. It's really weird. It's a really weird phrasing, but okay.
Oh, did I say the wrong number for World War II? Sorry, 1939. War started in 1939. Did I say 13? Sorry, fuck.
I think Loner Box's brain is really fried at this point. He didn't say 1913, he said World War One. I think he's tired. I think he's tired.
Anyway.
I think he's tired.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is especially weak because she's citing Lemkin's definition, which was, in large part, inspired by the Armenian genocide, which happened in 1915 to 16. It's just an article about the Armenian genocide. All right. A couple of days later, she makes the same point in a talk with President Sunday. She's had a minute to
President Sunday!
sleep on this argument as well.
Alright.
Like she's processed it.
That is because, out of curiosity, I'm not trying to get a gotcha on you, but maybe a meta gotcha on Lonerbox here. But do you know when the term genocide was coined?
Oh, I did actually. I did, and I looked it up on stream. I've completely lost it.
1944.
Thank you.
So, the word did not even exist to name the phenomena that was going that already happened 4 years. You know, by Lonerbox's own timeline.
DGG das rot the brain.
Genocide began in 1941. That is because.
All right. She caps off her stream by saying I was completely unprepared and that I downplayed the Holocaust.
I mean, that's right. Yeah, you have.
You're gonna go and tell your chat now that I downplayed.
I mean, yeah, that's right. Let's not forget one fact. In 1938, Loner would be doing this to Jewish public commentators. Can't imagine anyone but their Sturmer giving him the platform. Like, Lonerbox would be debating Einstein and would be calling him silly for leaving Germany in 1933. Okay? Jewish people started fleeing Germany in 1933. Okay? And guess what? They were correct to do so. I'm so glad I left DGG mid-2020 when Steve dropped his Rittenhouse. Yeah.
The fucking Holocaust, or that I.
You
yeah,
did,
that I
you stupid idiot! You fucking moron! You did!
True!
It's her fault that you were an idiot. It's
You idiot!
that you fucking suck so much dick at your job that you came on here and fucking blew it. It's not her fault that you came on here completely and utterly unprepared and accidentally did a little bit of a whoopsie-doopsie Holocaust downplaying.
True!
It's not fucking her fault, it's yours.
Yeah.
You fucked up.
Yeah.
You got everything wrong. You did a oopsie-doopsie. Own it, man. Fucking own it.
I just think it's nice to watch the confidence like after we've gone through everything. I don't know. The fuck me.
Yeah, I am still confident, okay? Like, this is so insulting to all the survivors as well. Emmanuel, hello, come on. Hello, Giggler. How are you? I might as well take this break to ask you to become a Patreon, okay? Because it helps me to possibly start the transitioning, maybe. Part of the issue is he has so much distance from these issues that he can be wrong about this, and the only thing that happens to him is he loses a bit of clout. True! Which is not how we should be treating these things at all. This is not what love and solidarity is about at all. I only recently really committed to being left-wing in response to the trans genocide. Nice. But vouch bad. Like the stream, subscribe and leave a nice comment for the good duck. Yeah, and become a Patreon to help me with the transitioning process.
This whole thing, this whole video is like, I don't know, watching her like navigate these points, and a lot of them you can tell she's just kind of noticed them for the first time and everything. Like, I don't know. It's like watching a clown running over a minefield. It's just, okay. Let's go back to the presentation. Given that Demon Mama has admitted that her understanding of genocide is completely interchangeable with systemic discrimination, any date I gave after 1933 was already bound to be wrong. It would make me wonder,
Yeah.
when did she think the genocide of the Jews began? Would it be 1933? Why not earlier?
I mean, that is the official date. That is the official date.
Would she really say you need to wait for concentration camps and a totalitarian regime to call it a genocide? After all, Jews were routinely dehumanized and blamed for Germany's loss in World War I. The German Supreme Court was stacked with anti-Semites, and anti-Jewish attacks were not unusual.
Also, I will say this, okay? The creation of the German nation state did lead to the formation of the modern day anti-Semitism and did lead to the formation of the Nazi ideology. So there's a topic to be, there's a discussion to be had there. But yes, any date after 1933 is in fact wrong. Correct.
Unusual in the Weimar Republic. In the late 1800s, Jewish emancipation in Germany was met with an immediate backlash from anti-Semitic parties, and before then, the Jews were de facto second-class citizens. By Demon Mama's understanding, the genocide of the Jews could have been ongoing from as soon as they started arriving in Europe on Roman slave ships. But of course, when we're engaging with Demon Mama, the common thread is always a
Longerbox should not be talking about anti-Semitism. He has no idea about this topic. He has no clue. Isn't he like much closer to the topic than like
absurdity? This is because she suffers from what we in the industry might describe as the dunk brain. When Demon Mama engages with other creators, she isn't listening to the substance of what they're saying, nor does she have any interest in understanding or fairly characterizing their opinions. The only thing she's listening for is an opportunity to shoehorn people into the worst possible position.
Ah, of course, of course. His whole argument is that you can prevent genocide. He says 41 because he doesn't care about the read-up, because the read-up is what he's arguing against. He doesn't think there is a lead-up. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you start preventing at the final solution, then what are you even preventing? Demon Mama bad because she's making faces. Loner Box? I don't think so. He is... No, I don't think he is. I don't believe he is.
The more cheap dunks and the more accusations of dog whistling, Nazism, genocide denial, Holocaust revisionism, or whatever else.
That is true. That is true.
Is she doing this maliciously? Who knows?
Are you?
I think she does this because her first goal, above everything else, is not to inform her audience, but to entertain them. Honesty, nuance, and charitability are all an inconvenience to her. The result is an incoherent, highly performative clown show riddled with inconsistencies and flat-out false statements.
Where are the inconsistencies? You cannot just say there are inconsistencies without pointing them out. And so far you have not pointed out a single one.
Sorry. My voice went there. Ooh. Honorable mention. Smugbug. Smugbug is a small streamer, averaging around 40 to 50 viewers.
Smugbug. I'm a small streamer. I'm averaging... Today, I'm actually having a big audience of 18. So please, help me get a bigger audience. Spread the awareness. If you like this stream, then like it and spread the awareness about this stream to people, okay? Tell people about the new streamer in town, Daki Lucia Haze, okay? If you're enjoying this. I wanna be a bigger streamer than Smugbug, okay? this is like arrogant of me, but I think I deserve to be bigger than the smug bug. I feel like we have presented mountains of evidence alongside the recent shooting in Colorado and the substation attacks, and it's frustrating to see him double down after individual attacks. True. Smokebug. Smokebug averages 40 people in his audience. I would like to average 40 people.
Who came out of my community after having veganism debates with members of my audience. After getting into a Twitter exchange with Demon Mama, incidentally in a cursed thread on the topic of transgenocide, she had no hesitation in calling him a Nazi. But why? What was her evidence for this?
So, with the word genocide.
Oh, wait, Smugbug is the Nazi hat guy? Oh, okay, Smugbug is literally a Nazi.
Literally
okay,
a Nazi.
that makes sense. Smugbug is the Nazi hat guy. I did not realize that. Oh yeah, he's on Team Genocide, that's right. That's what he calls...
Smugbug. True, come on!
That's what he calls, that's what he calls trans people who think there's a genocide going on. He calls us Team Genocide.
Team Genocide.
What's kind of...
To his credit, even President Sunday, he's not a Nazi, he's an idiot.
Wait, no, President Sunday, he literally, his avatar literally has it. Okay, sorry, I gotta prove this. Hold on. What's that guy's actually name? Hold on.
Smokebug.
Hold on, I'll get it. Hold on a second. I gotta show you.
Butterwagon. Hello.
I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Ah, here he is. Okay, here we go. So, here's the guy right here. See? This is the Nazi commandant hat. He covered up the SS symbol with the vegan police, but just so you know, this is the Nazis' hat. It's not just a military hat. Watch this. Ready? Okay, I'm gonna show you. Hold on, ready?
Props, eh? He picked, you can see him there. He picked one and it had the colors. I know what you mean, but it's a vegan thing. He's mocking vegans. Hey, hats off Sunday. Pun intended. Yeah.
It's literally the Nazi one. Every other faction in the world stopped using these colors because the Nazis did it and nobody wants to be associated with the Nazis. Nobody else uses the black and silver. I'm not kidding you. I don't buy that he's just stupid. This particular person. I think he's a Nazi. Sorry.
Sorry. All right. I don't know if,
Okay.
like, I feel like if you have to explain it, the joke is that people call vegans food Nazis. Like, militant vegan.
Okay.
Even President Sunday, who has interacted with Smugbug in the past, tried to correct her in chat, but of course, the truth was far less entertaining, and she carried on with the...
Wait, if you're calling President Sunday so honest and good when it comes to correcting those things, then why weren't you even brave enough to talk to President Sunday? Why were you such a spineless coward when it came to talking to President Sunday? Explain yourself, Loner Box. Do I have to do like do I have to challenge you to a debate, Loner Box, and then do a Sam Cedar thing with President Sunday? President Sunday is gonna jump out and talk to you or something? Do I have to make that happen? And Loner Box is gonna be like, President Sunday, what a nightmare! Or something, I don't know.
routine anyway. She went one step further and accused Smugbug of trying to hide the fact that it's a Nazi hat by claiming it was from the USSR instead.
The thing about it is
it factually the Nazi one? Yes, it is. Go ahead and look at it.
There's kind of like 3 different definitions of it. There's the colloquial definition.
He tried to say, but Soviet. Look, I'll just show you this. It's super, super simple. Watch. I'll show you. Look. He tried to say it's the Soviet one, but the Soviets used this one. Theirs was green with gold. Nobody uses black and silver because the Nazis used black and silver. I'm not kidding. I'm not like, this is a dog whistle. It's just a 101 dog whistle.
True.
Is it
Even Sunday, where is he? Wait, what? Oh yeah, not to start. All right, I'm not wasting energy defending Smugbug.
He doesn't even want to defend Smugbug. But to be fair, there are many tasty vegan dishes. It's just not vegan. At least from my perspective, vegan dishes are not that easy to prepare. You know, it's having a vegan diet requires more prep work, in my opinion, planning, and
He held his own for a little bit, but alas, servant of the truth no longer. All right. If Smugbug had tried to say it was a Soviet hat, it's not, it's a Nazi hat, that would be pretty dark. That would be a little bit sussy, I admit. If you look at the original thread on Twitter, nowhere does Smugbug make such a claim. This is a screenshot of the thread. The thread's still up as well. They're talking here.
Sonsol is here. Wait, Sonsol is there.
Appreciate you're really charitable and willing to hear us out rather than dismissing everyone in the thread.
I never noticed. I want to see. Funny how you didn't think any of my takes were shitty on trans people until I beefed with Kafals. I guess I didn't realize that being pro-trans was so contingent on who you personally like or dislike. Sonsol had a beef with Kafals? I did not even know that. Can you write to me? Can you tell me can anyone in the chat tell me anything about the beef with Kafals? Sonsol, you wouldn't dare suggest that all these people base their Twitter grief on factional alignments rather than actual ideological positions. That would imply they're uninterested in clout and social circles, surely not our dear content creators. I didn't even know that. I did not even know that Sonsol had a beef with Kefals. Vivian Wolf. Who hasn't Sonsol had a beef with? Vivian Wolf. This is particularly ridiculous intimation when it comes to me, a person who has burned several bridges with friends over moral red lines and stuck my neck out to defend people I don't like when I believe they're being unfairly treated or mischaracterized.
They're talking here. Demon Mama chime.
Viv, these people are absolute bottom feeders. They don't care about the truth. They don't care that you're principled, arguably to a fault, with the people you associate with online. They just make a poo-poo app to try and rifle you up. The more ridiculous the claim, the better for them. Interesting. Wait, isn't this about transgenocide? What does this have to do with Smug Boy's avatar's hat? You know? Oh, Butterwagon, you sweet innocent child. Believe it or not, but in this manifesto about transgenocide, we actually saw... what was this person's name? The one with the pug salute? You know, the British person. What was the name? The one that taught the dog to do the Nazi salute. What was his name? You know, the one that says that I'm not just joking. Oh my gosh, I forgot his name. You know, the one that also ran for the UKIP. Oh my gosh. What was his name? Please remind me, chat. Count Dankula, yeah. We saw Count Dankula in this manifesto about transgenocide, so you can expect anything. Okay? Expect the unexpected.
And then here.
I'm not riled. I'm merely pointing out how ridiculous the things they claim are. Utterly detached from reality. And yeah, it does seem to have been to a fault at times, but I want to believe in good in people and that they're not just malicious content-brained drama hogs. Appreciate you're really charitable and willing to hear us out rather than dismissing everyone on our side on the discussion as just Nazis or something. Thanks for always looking for the good in us.
Vivian, appreciate you're really charitable and willing to hear us out rather than dismissing everyone on our side of the discussion as just Nazis or something. Thanks for always looking for the good in us. Your Avi is, I'm very sure, ironically, sporting a literal Nazi commandant hat with one symbol change. I wonder why people might mistake you for a Nazi.
True.
It is not a Nazi hat, it is a vegan hat. I am very proud of my beliefs and like to display them prominently.
Vegan hat?
Bro, what part of this didn't seem real, Demon Mama?
Vegan hat? I'm gonna Google vegan hat, okay? And we'll see if anything comes out. Okay? Yappa! Vegan hat. That does not look like the hat that he was... I don't know. I googled vegan hat and I don't know, it looks a bit different than what was shown on Twitter. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe I'm googling wrong. But it's not that those vegan hats do not look like the one that's on Twitter. Oh well. Oh well. She's incapable of admitting to being wrong. A normal person would say, whoops, my bad, I was wrong, but this is physically impossible for her. I mean, we did just we did just Google vegan hats and the one over there did not come up. Vegan hat. Okay.
So, the Soviet hat was actually brought up by someone else. There's Sonsol saying it. That's not Smugbug.
Oh, wow.
People. The thread is still up. You can find it there. Put it in chat. What she saw was someone else post.
Why am I even not surprised that Sonsor would be the one to jump in to save the day, quote unquote, or try
to Smugbug to make it look as if he was trying to hide something. As a very wise Twitter user once said,
I mean, he did just call it a vegan hat.
They don't care about the truth. The more ridiculous the claim, the better.
Mm-hmm.
It's from Demon Mama.
Because Lonerbox says that Demon Mama called the Smugbug a Nazi and that's not nice. This is why. This is why.
I don't know if there's a word for this level of projection.
This manifesto is all over the place.
As one final footnote example of one's brain on dunk, Detective Demon Mama, upon listening to a clip of me talking about President Sunday, completely mishears me referring to a group of Destiny associates and act as if she's exposed me as a Destiny associate myself.
I mean...
With his, like, endless...
Here. Can we just listen to the beginning of this little clip again here? Take a close listen to what he says here. Tell me when you hear it.
Fucking President Cum Day with his, like, endless meltdown over
Cum Day?
Like, Destiny associate and then, like, stalking the guy and shit and, like...
Did you catch it?
Did you catch it?
Cum Day.
So apparently Lonerbox sees himself as a Destiny associate these days. Those are his words, not mine. I never made that. Well, I said that some of his things sounded a whole lot like a certain person, but those are his words. So I just want you to, like, you know,
I mean...
keep that in check, okay? Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I do consider Lonerbox as part of the Steven universe, I must admit.
She's listening to this for the third time now, right?
The beginning of this little clip again here. Take a close listen to what he says here. Tell me when you hear it.
Fucking President Cum Day with his, like, endless meltdown over fucking, like, Destiny associate and then, like, stalking the guy and...
Funny boy.
I'm referring to the fact that Sunday gets into fights with Destiny associates and melts down over them. because this clip is me talking about how maybe it's a better idea in the future not to think about how people are to me, but how they are to other people, i.e. the Destiny associates. Like, she's like, how can you be this bad a listener? Okay. By the way, I don't think I've really been much of a Destiny associate. Like, I've spoken to him on 2 panels. One was arguing against him. Incidentally,
Someday.
on the Hippy Dippy champion thing.
Hippy dippy.
You can see my chat logs in DGG. I've probably spoken there about 4 or 5 times. I've always been much more of like I came out of Vosh's community, and that's where I spend like my chat logs there are pretty long. I don't know.
Vouch.
I have like, first of all, Detective Demon Mama. I've never hidden the fact that I've watched Destiny like on and off since, I don't know, like 2018 something, since like
Steven
the
Universe.
Jordan Peterson fan debate that I first watched.
I'm gonna drink Coca-Cola. Come on.
But I might as well say, like, if I ever do end up associating with Destiny more often, and that's like a reason for you to...
Then it's gonna be thanks to you, Demon Mama, because of your faces.
Come
on.
Fuck you. Just, yeah, leave. Cancel your Patreon and go somewhere else, like, you strange fucking cultist. Like, whatever. I don't know, like, the way that...
Demon Mama is a Lonerbox Patreon.
The people involved here are, like, whenever the ghost of
Become a
Dusty
Lucy
enters the
Patreon
room, like,
instead.
It's so strange. And it's going to keep happening as well. Don't
There
worry.
we go. Patreon has been mentioned.
okay.
But it's the perfect time. Come on. Perfect time.
She says this about
plug.
anyone she doesn't like. I came out of Vosh's community and she called me a DGGer and Destiny Arbiter. Yeah, it's because if you want the lazy way, I get it. Because like lots of audiences are very poisoned against Destiny or whatever. So yeah, it's just like a very easy way to write people off without actually engaging with what they're saying. By the way, like I'm as much of a
By the way, just in 40 minutes, okay, we're gonna have a, how you call it? We're gonna have ourselves, in 48 minutes, we're gonna have a premiere of my video, okay? I'm just saying, in 38 minutes, we're gonna finish and we're gonna jump to the premiere, okay? How long has he spent on Smugbug and this DGG crap? How is this anything? Why is life? Help me, I can brain melting. It's just a small scream to avoid making arguments true and to pad his manifesto. I like how he makes it seem like not wanting to associate with DGG means you're a bad person. True.
a Destiny viewer as I was like last year when Demon Mama was soying out over my videos taking down Lauren Southern. So yeah, fuck. I guess like you'll believe everything I say uncritically when it's attacking a right winger, but then as soon as like I have a contention with your like fucking trans genocide thing, then suddenly it's like we turn on the dunk brain and all like charitability goes away. Like
What?
It's weird. Ooh.
What? Come on. I don't think so.
What do we got left? Okay. Oh god. I'm gonna try to like match the tone of each individual.
I don't think so. When someone makes a good point, I will agree with the good point. Case in point, the thing with Bar Empanada. Like, he was very aggressive to me, very insulting to me, but he did make a very good point about the Iraq genocide. Those things are not connected, okay? When someone makes a good point, they make a good point.
Person. So be a bit less
So yeah.
boisterous for this part.
Wow, Lunderbox seems really upset. His feelings seem very hurt that someone liked some of his takes and dislikes his other takes. Yeah, exactly. Incredible. Unbelievable.
President Sunday. After my first debate with Polly and several response videos from various creators, one of the responses came from President Sunday.
Sunday.
Who responded to me, Sunday was the only one I already had some recent contact with. I had checked in on him when he was fighting with a bunch of DGGers, and he seemed to appreciate my concern. This is just a... Sunday spoke about this DM publicly, so he'll be okay with that. Just, I'm going to be a bit selective cropping DMs for Sunday because Sunday hasn't lied about any of the DMs. So, like, I'm not going to show anything he hasn't spoken about.
All right.
I think he actually made a tweet about this, about how much this meant to him at the time. But even though I think he was completely in the wrong, like, still think it's worth, you know, treating people like human beings at the end of the day.
Human being! True, Jamie.
For some reason, people have been saying I ignored multiple trans YouTubers who reached out to me after the debate. President Sunday asserts the same here.
You ignored the biggest trans creator. Me! You ignored the most important trans creator. Me! You ignored me. I bet you don't even know I exist. It's true. I bet he doesn't know even that I exist. But I do. I exist. I am real. It's
Once
true.
again, the only reason why I'm even talking about any of this right now, not the only reason why I'm talking about any of this, the only reason why I'm being moved into this is because, in an effort to sideline Demon Mama Doe and other people like that, Lonerbox.
I mean, take it as you will, Shakespeare. Yeah. Only President Sunday deserves to be treated like a human being because he's a man.
Box came to me.
He's a man.
This
Women
is
are
simply
not
not
people.
true. Doe reached out to me before I ever spoke to Sunday.
Which is a creepy little factoid from history that in certain European countries like Germany, before the unification even, in the 16th century, a serious theory was put forward that women are actually not people. There you go. Some creepy factoids from history.
We spoke in DMs and I offered to talk over voice chat, although it didn't seem especially enthusiastic about that. This is,
Again, he blocked the door, refused DM, and pulled out from Flaming to Sunday. Very digging quote. Women are CIA plot. Doe, Duday, are you serious with this transgenocide debate? Is this like DGG stupidity? I've been hearing Destiny going around talking about how words like Nazi or genocide don't have meaning anymore. Is that all this is? I'm legit disappointed. I thought so much better of you. Though really had a nice debate with RGR some time ago. So when I first heard Vosh talk about it, he said we were possibly approaching a genocide, not that there currently was one. So, no. I don't think it's a DGG thing. My position is that words do have meaning, and people online often use the word genocide in a way that isn't even recognized in common parlance, let alone in any other way.
Doe's messages from October 25th, just one or two days after the debate. You serious with this transgenocide?
I looked around through groups like Stonewall, Mermaids, Trevor Project, and a few mutual-aid groups too. None of them seem to be using the term at all.
Debate, is this just DGG stupidity? I've been hearing Destiny. He's here again.
Doe was nice,
Words like
yeah.
Nazi or genocide don't have meanings anymore. I'm legit disappointed. I thought so much better of you. And I offered to speak to Doe about this.
I will debate Doe.
I do appreciate you coming to me in private, though. If it's something you think could be talked through in a private voice call, I'd be more than happy to, but no pressure.
Okay.
I'd be willing to sit with you and rewatch that entire conversation with you, privately or not, if you really want. We can go over every single point if you really want. I'm gonna take this as a no.
Really want.
I'm autistic, but I think this kind of suggests I'm not really up for it, but okay. Demon Mama has said nothing to me. If you want to know why I didn't reach out to her, just watch any debate she's had on her channel. Sorry.
What is that an argument in favor of? What? And when I tried to help him research by giving him a bibliographic source, he blocked me. Give me the bibliographic sources. Give me the sources. I will use them. Isn't that an appeal to normalcy and majority? You see, like no one is calling it a genocide, so it's not genocide. It is. It is. It's actually, if you want to know what this is, let me take out my propaganda glossary, which I actually have. I have a document, a PDF called the Propaganda Glossary. I will tell you that this is called an appeal to belief. Okay? To answer Tyler's question, an appeal to belief. The suggestion that since most reasonable people within your group believe something, you should believe it too. Also an appeal to common practice. When regarding something everyone does, or an appeal to expertise when regarding experts making a value claim on subjective terms. Signaled by phrases like, ask anyone, everyone knows, any reasonable person would, it's obvious that, etc. Okay? An appeal to belief. A propaganda tactic. Just so you know.
Did notice eventually when I got around to viewing her entire response, she did challenge me to a debate, but again, like, I don't know why she assumed I was going to watch that whole thing, like, immediately. Okay. A non-binary trans person from Vosh's community reached out to me and we spoke about...
If you could send it to me, Shakespeare, I will, you know.
Setting up a call on stream. The conversation ended with this message from me and they didn't respond. I'm not going to out this person because, but yeah, just, this was the last message I sent to them. They didn't reply, so if they want to challenge that, they can go ahead. A trans video essayist reached out to me after criticizing me in one of her videos. The conversation was short but very cordial. We exchanged some kind words and the conversation ended. Yeah, this person again, I'm not going to, put you on the spot or whatever. Fine.
I'm streaming.
Was not roped into this conversation. I only offered to talk to him after he made a 5-hour mega analysis of my debate with poly people. He had also appeared in my chat at least once when I was discussing the topic.
But you did offer. What do you mean? He was not roped into this. I only offered. You offered. You offered. Because they said, otherwise people would say the Jews were being alarmist and not believe us. About the, yeah, exactly.
Topic. And in any case, I thought I'd get a more productive conversation out of him than I would from Demon Mama.
Of course, to anyone living in Poland, the fact that there are people in the US that do not believe in the Holocaust is just is beyond absurd for any person living in Poland. For any person living in Poland, Jewish or not, saying that the Holocaust was not real is absurd. Ridiculous.
It's actually 5 hours. It just looks like 8 on the thing. This thumbnail is very funny. Well done.
Come on!
I'm not joking. It's funny. Right,
it's not funny.
When Sunday and I were still figuring out a date for our talk, Polly had unexpectedly appeared in my chat asking me for a second conversation on November 1st.
All right.
Because I was fairly satisfied with this talk, I started to feel like the drama was winding down. I agreed to talk with Sunday on November 7th, but I was admittedly looking forward to moving on to something else. Doe had stopped responding to me on October 30th, but it already felt like the conversation wasn't going
Yeah, I have. Thank you.
I'll bring this up later. Just to give you the date, though. This was when Doe stopped responding to me. We were both exchanging big, long messages.
Like, I've got million better things to do. Proceeded to play World of Warcraft.
Like this, but yeah, this was the last.
World of Warcraft, come
on. For at least like a week or two.
Wow. WoW.
3 days before the talk, I indicated that I was leaning towards putting the whole thing to bed. That I would still talk if he wanted to, but wasn't especially fussed about it. To be honest, I'm leaning towards putting the whole thing to bed now. If you really want to talk, we can do Sunday or Monday, but yeah, I'm not especially fussed about it now. This is November 4th. 3 days before the... Yeah.
Yeah, and President Sunday indicated that he still wants to do it. What do you mean? Like, are people supposed to, like... How are people supposed to react to you saying, I'm not fussed about it? Was President Sunday supposed to respond with, oh, okay, then never mind? What do you mean? Ridiculous.
On November 5th, I noticed that Sunday had scheduled his stream on YouTube with the title, Is There a Trans Genocide? This was...
Like... ridiculous. Like, just because you don't care about the issue and that you feel that you can just, put the whole thing to bed, as you put it, it doesn't mean that everybody else doesn't care and wants to just put it to bed.
The thumbnail at the time. Yeah.
You asked him to talk.
So I asked if we could change the topic to focus a little closer on the key disagreement. He declined.
Okay. Show us then.
I think we should...
Yeah, that's fine. I think we should change the title though. What is a genocide seems more apt since that's where the disagreement comes from. It's actually not. You'll see when we chat and I lay out my case. This is a bit dishonest to read it as the outright refusal, okay? He said that it's not more... Yeah, that's not a refusal.
To change the title, though, what is a genocide seems more apt, since that's where the disagreement comes from. It's actually not. You'll see when we chat and I lay out my case.
Yeah, that's reasonable. What do you mean?
A little bit ambiguous, but okay.
It's not that ambiguous. It's perfectly fine.
At some point, whether or not it was before or after this, I can't say. Rephrase. At some point, whether it was before or after this, I can't say, President Sunday had 5 people doing research for him behind the scenes. This is something he never told me about until he slightly alluded to it on the evening before our talk. The only indication I get of this is here. Why is the thing not centering like it was? Fuck you, chat. Go away.
Come on.
3 issues I'm going to bring up in sequence. Here, this was the one indication. We're beginning a day-long research and prep stream to make sure we do it well. Have a lot of people working to make sure I'm as informed and measured as possible, so this should be interesting. Now, I thought he was referring to he's going to do his research stream and people are going to help him while he's doing research. That's all I got from that. But okay. Until that point, all I knew was that he had one research stream planned the day before, on November 6th, starting at 9 p.m. my time.
Yeah.
The day before our conversation, I was watching his review of my debate with Polypeople, and I came across this clip, which I found a little puzzling.
What's puzzling?
Because he's not taking account of the actual consequences of his decisions in this conversation. See, if he chooses simply to not engage in this argument and just goes, okay, guys, look, I don't agree with the language of genocide here, and I don't agree with the language of genocide here either, by the way.
All right.
I think the term is hopelessly fraught, and I think it tends specifically to debates like this that are...
It was weird hearing that after he put up a debate topic of is there a trans genocide, but...
Yeah, no, there was supposed to be a nice conversation. What's happening here? That's not good. Is he crying about dropping out of the debate because he was sharpening his spears for the debate? Yeah.
Obscuring of what's actually at stake. I think the term itself has too much evocations of the conditions that brought about its initial use. I think we need a more general and more specific term that encompasses things like general systemic group annihilation attempts, right? But given that this is the situation we arrive with, this is the situation we were born into, as it is, and given that this term is already in use, the use of this term and its situation in our social imaginary and how...
Mornaka, you're right. We do use democide for that. Yeah, you're right.
So basically, President Sunday's stance is similar to Robert Conquest's.
How we talk about these things. That now becomes itself like a political entity with real weight. And if something has been identified as a genocide by one party, and another party successfully counters that, no, this is not actually a genocide, the response from outside by the wider world is to downplay its significance and to turn away to things that are more serious. With the result that this thing is now better allowed to press forward and to advance to a worse state.
Okay, let's see the response.
There's something about the way he's talking about political weight here, even though the genocide argument is like, I have never seen that much evidence of it outside of Twitter, or like this very tight left-wing space.
I see.
I don't know if I completely disagree with what he's saying there. That's kind of why I was leaning more towards just like leaving this conversation alone, but...
What? The argument is, I don't disagree with you, so I don't want to talk to you? What a ridiculous argument. I agree with you, so let's not talk? What? Who does that? Hey, I think we have a lot of agreement, so let's not discuss this? Is this how you do things in Loner Box Land? Like, is this what happens when you discuss something with a person? You agree with them and then you decide not to talk? Okay, watching this made me read I don't think I was ever in the... I don't think I was ever in Lonerbox's server, to be honest. I am in Drill and Burns' server. Like, yeah, I know. Like, this is so weird. Like, I agree with President Sunday's stance, but I decided not to talk.
So, I think this was
This is such a weird manifesto.
Juvenile display by someone I otherwise generally respect.
Yeah.
It's extremely disappointing. My hope.
But it was not 100% unexpected, you know? Like, I became very wary of people that claim to be 100% how should I say it, logic lords, you know, that want to be 100% logical, you know, because those people can logic themselves into pretty bad positions, you know. Like, it is not 100% unexpected from my perspective that such a thing could happen, you know. I appreciate his immigration videos, but frankly, he is discussing and dishonest crap here. Yeah. That is unfortunate, but... Loner's whole premise is that Demon is after Cloud and Dunk-brained debating. Meanwhile, he here unironically says, I decided to not talk to press since I won't be a Cloud gain. Dunk that fast for me. True. He's like, I agree with him, so I won't talk. This is so weird. Yeah, like, I think just seeing yourself as having logically correct positions is not enough in my mind. You actually do need to care about the issues, if that makes sense, you know? Does that make sense? You actually need to care about the issues, in my opinion. It can be just my positions are logically correct and therefore I believe in them. It has to be more than that, you know? Does that make sense? Like, to me, it's good to be logically sound, but there needs to be also more behind it, you know? And putting me a chatter on blast multiple times, saying that he had people take screen caps of me in other servers saying that I disagreed with Lone, but just, I don't know. Like, also, I will say it again, like, treating a literal Jewish scholar like this it's a pretty bad look when it comes to discussing the Holocaust. I personally do believe, you know? Like, this is very close. Considering your credentials, this is fairly close to basically a rabbi appearing in Lonerbox's chat and saying, let me call in, I'm gonna talk to you, and Lonerbox reacting with yeah, you're banned, Rabbi, bye-bye, you know? I disagree, you're wrong on the Holocaust. I've seen logic lords logic themselves into anti-trans rhetoric and race realism because of a carefully worded hypothetical. Yeah, exactly. That is what happens when you treat those issues like logic games instead of real things that we care about. And we also need to have very concrete goals in mind. You know? It's bad to focus... Yeah, exactly. You're banned, Rabbi. Like, it's very bad to focus on the debate like right now instead of having a bigger goal in mind, you know?
My hope is that he can, at the very least...
The rabbi is banned.
My hope is that at the very least he can get out of his head long enough to recognize that regardless of what he thinks about the matter, he's talking to a category of people that are actually fighting for their existence in a country not his own, in a context he doesn't fully understand.
True.
And that how you comport yourself with respect to these different actors has real consequences.
Right.
And sometimes it's...
I will say, the fact that he's saying this in reference to one discussion I had with poly people, of all people.
Of all people?
We'll find out later, that's kind of funny.
The best thing to do...
Of all... Well, okay. Like, this is ridiculous that he's gonna use the argument that they had later to discredit this. Ridiculous. He has no answer here. What a strange pause. What a strange pause I have done. Okay, that's an unfortunate pause, but he has no answer here. Do you see? He just deflects. He does not like... Everything President Sunday has said this is correct, and yet he just deflects. They passed an anti-trans law that allows genital checks on teenagers. Yeah, exactly. Disgusting and horrible. And I would actually call that a bit of like, I don't know, sexual abuse. Yeah, I know. Maybe this should be an emote. Maybe I should make an emote after this one. President Moose Day. Maybe this should be an emote.
Do is nothing.
Ooh, dramatic sigh.
I mean, he's correct. He's being correct.
I don't know, acknowledge. it felt like the only thing that people wanted from this conversation with Sunday was for me to like flip on something.
No.
Maybe not the genocide thing, but to like, I don't know, acknowledge my horrible behavior with Polly, which we've already gone over, just something like that. Like, I just have no idea.
Run again. It's like the point that President Sunday, I believe, to be perfectly honest here, was to keep our goals in mind. It was not what President Sunday said here. I do not read as a thing about horrible behavior, nor about the genocide thing itself. It's about keeping the goals in mind. And the goal is preventing the discrimination of trans people and taking trans people seriously. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah, it was passed democratically, so loner box might think it's fine.
Which is really... On top of this, he still hadn't said exactly what we'd be talking about, and besides saying, you'll see when we chat. At that point, I had been flicking through some of the response videos people had made about me, and most of them just seemed like reiterations of Demon Mama's points. Nearly all of them seemed like they were just looking for an apology from me. Sorry.
Well, that's clearly not what President Sunday wanted. It was clear from the clip here.
I had no intention of doing this, and I didn't see how an hour of me sticking to my guns with Sunday would have helped anything move forward. From my end, it felt like the whole thing was settled, especially after my second conversation with Polly. That's the other thing as well. Lots of people were talking about how the main thing, Doe said this as well, that the big problem was my conduct with Polly, but I thought, what's the point in having that discussion? Because I've already spoken to Polly. If it's between me and Polly, we had a second conversation and it was chill. And that, as far as I know, that's the last I've heard from her. So
all right.
It just seemed weird that these guys were trying to like insert themselves into that whole thing. But
insert themselves? You asked President Sunday to talk, not the other way around. What do you mean? You inserted him yourself personally.
After seeing Sunday lay out the conversation topics, realizing this was never going to be a productive conversation and having other real life things to attend to, I just...
Like World of Warcraft? Yeah, other real life things to attend to. Proceeds to play World of Warcraft.
Decided to cancel. I made sure to let him know before he started his research stream,
My gosh.
as I didn't want to waste his time. So he lists the topics. First, about the definition and use of the term genocide generally, whether it's useful, fraught, limited in application, etc. Considering some problems with arguing that trans people are targets of genocidal actions, arguing the contrary. Third, hopefully much more cooled down conversation about engagement on these questions given present circumstance.
Wow.
I don't know if this is a reference to the Polly conversation, but I don't know. And then that's when I sat on it for...
Yeah, why the bloody way Loner inserted himself in the first place? Exactly! He inserted himself into this topic.
For, like 20 minutes. This is the beginning, his research stream before the...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not interested anymore. Nothing personal or anything. I just have a million other things I'd rather to do right now. Like play World of Warcraft. Like... playing World of Warcraft and plugging one of those overpriced uncooked meal service, exactly.
7th was starting at 9, so try to make sure to just get it like bang on there before you start doing research. Sorry, not interested anymore. Nothing personal or anything. I just have a million other things I'd rather do right now.
Right, World of Warcraft being one of them.
Was this the best way to let him know? No. It was a decision I should have made earlier, and I definitely could have worded it better. If he had asked me to elaborate, I would have. But instead of replying, he said this.
Like, what is there to say? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's his fault now that you gave a crappy response? Like, you asked him to talk. You're ridiculous in this. Like, let's think about the US context like this. There are states and cities that have had to pass trans refugee laws so that trans people could move there from the anti-trans states. Exactly. But Lonerbox does not care or know about this.
There are 3 issues I'm going to bring up in sequence. It shouldn't take a tremendous amount of time, and my goal in this is to help build some bridges so you can have a more positive relationship with the community on this issue, not bully you into being turned on any
He's just reading the DMs here.
problems with arguing that. And then he just replied just like 2 minutes ago. Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested anymore. Nothing personal or anything, I just have a million other things I'd rather do right now.
Come on.
Unbelievable.
True.
That's actually unbelievable. Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested anymore. You laughed in the face of your last interlocutor on this issue.
I mean... And you wanted to talk.
That's actually unreal.
Also, in 5 minutes, we will have a premiere, okay? A premiere will start in 5 minutes on the video. So shall we jump into the video right now and finish the stream for now and continue the manifesto next time? Like this is like the thing. Shall we jump into the premiere? And finish up the stream for tonight? It's been 4 hours, 40 minutes. And the premiere is about an hour. What do you say? Okay. Okay, then I will finish the stream for now. And I jump to the premiere, okay? Everybody click the link, like the premiere, and let's watch the video. It's actually apropos, okay? It's actually on topic of genocide, of transgenocide, and poly people, okay? Okay, let's go. Thank you very much, and I'll see you on the premiere, okay? Come on! Also, Boy Meets Mini, thank you so much for becoming a Patreon. Yeah, this will be nicer, Karasu. This will be a talk with Ellen. See you and stream